First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Pedro, would you please lead us? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Second item, oral communication. Anyone may come up and speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda. So please come forward if you wish to speak. Non-agenda items.
Used to a bigger line. Good morning. I'm Suzanne Greenwood with the local Child Care Planning Council. Just here this morning for a quick invitation to our monthly meeting. Everyone in the public is always welcome to our monthly meetings, but just to let you know that this month's meeting, which is a week from today, 3 o'clock at the county schools office, we will be discussing our annual, what they call priority report. It's a mandate from the State Department of Education, who is our funder. And the idea is to prioritize the zip codes within our county that have the greatest need for child care and development services based on what's already available and what the need is still there. So we take a lot of census data, local school enrollment data, data from the programs that are already here in the county, and determine those zip codes that have the highest need. And then we rank those and send that report to the state. The idea is that if and when there is some extra funding that comes through to support some of those child development services to bring more money into our local community, they have that report already and they know what we need in our community. So I'm always open to questions or input. Again, you're always welcome to send me emails or phone calls or show up to our meetings. Just would like to let you know that meeting is happening a week from today, and we welcome public input.
And what time would that meeting be?
3 o'clock in room 209 in the county schools office upstairs. 3 to 4:30 is when we meet.
Thank you very much.
So thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning, Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivdahl. I'd like to start off by saying congratulations to the Duke Blue Devils for winning their 5th national championship for men's basketball.
A long way to go before they get to UCLA.
Oh, yes, but hey, we are on our way.
Humility.
Very, very excited. I feel like I contributed quite a bit to that win, and, I was there cheering. I was on my couch, standing next to my couch cheering. It was very exciting.
As I said, humility.
I'm actually here to request that your board consider a non-agenda item. Yesterday afternoon, the County of San Bernardino issued a request for support. It is requesting that the 4th Appellate District publish its opinion in the case Save Our Uniquely Rural Community Environment versus County of San Bernardino. The county must file its request for publication today, April 7th. Just for your reference, an appellate decision cannot be cited unless it is published. So this is a very interesting case that I would like to present to your board and ask for your support to authorize County Council to sign on to the County of San Bernardino's request. As such, I'm requesting that your board add the following agenda item: consideration of authorizing the County Council to sign on to the County of San Bernardino's request for publication of Save Our Uniquely Rural Community Environment versus County of San Bernardino, based on the following findings: that the issue arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda and is of sufficient urgency to be heard at today's Board of Supervisors meeting.
Okay, is it all right with...
Mr. Chairman, I move we declare that.
Second.
Okay, and we're going to bring it back at 11 o'clock for the vote. Is that correct?
That is correct. And at that time, I will present the case fully for your
Okay,
board.
so right now we're just asking for permission to put it on the agenda for 11 o'clock appointment.
Yes.
All right. Everybody's okay with that? Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Royce. Do we have to take a vote on that now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Public comment? Seeing none, passes 4-0.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, members of the board, Mr. Chair John Gray, Craig Pedro. I come before you this morning to announce my pending retirement. I am going to be retiring the end of December, but I have many things on my agenda to do before then. I just wanted to give the county plenty of time, and I would love to be able to plan and help you select my replacement. The department is wonderful. We have accomplished many things, and time flies when you're having fun, and this has truly been a fun job for me. So, I'm hoping that I can snap my fingers and that hall will be up before I leave, but I know that may not happen. But I'm here to help and continue, and I want you to know that my staff is well positioned to carry on with whomever you choose to replace me. So there you go. You've got 7-8 months to find a replacement, and I will graciously remain in my position until then. So thank you.
I would just remind the chief probation officer that there are shackles in her closet.
The judge always threatened to put an electronic monitor on me, but he never did.
There's still time.
Thank you.
It's sad news, especially for me, because I was here when you were first hired, and what you've done for the county, for the department, for the people is just tremendous, and I'm really going to miss you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Well, Mr. Chair, we'll have times to say goodbyes and things like that. We've got many months of work to get out of
you
it.
may be tired before I leave.
But I do want to mention that Del and I have talked, and I'll be talking with Judge Segerstrom and coming back like we've done with other department head positions with a recruitment plan, and we'll take care of that at another day. And that is one of the nice things of Adele telling us now, so we have adequate time to plan for that recruitment and replacement.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele.
Anyone else? Supervisor Handel.
Mr. Chairman, sorry I can't go down there to that podium. That would be undue stress.
We don't want to put any stress on you.
However, opportunity knocks once again. This only happens twice a year. But the spring concert for the Columbia College Community Chorus this year will be held Saturday, April 25th at 7:30 p.m. and Sunday, April 26th at 3 p.m. At St. Matthew Lutheran Church under the direction of Dr. Darrell Hollinger. It's an opportunity to start spring out with a joyous event, and I promise you, you will not be disappointed. This is a poster which I will leave with the clerk, and I think there's a few cards running around here and a few back there, and I'll bring some more in later. Don't miss this. You'll be glad I invited you. It's kind of like any of the arts, things that just change your life and make your heart sing. Don't miss it. You'll be glad you were there.
Supervisor Rutherford, did you have a public comment that you wanted to make? Okay. Anyone else wish to speak?
Just showing the advertising.
All right. Bring it back to the clerk. Please read the consent calendar.
It's just minutes of the meeting held on March 3rd, 2015. Accepting the responsibility area fire protection grant for roadside brushing in the amount of $84,000, authorizing the chairman to sign. Adopting a resolution authorizing the director of environmental health and his or her designee to submit applications, execute agreements, and administer grants award under the California Department of Resources Recycling Recovery Waste Tire Enforcement Grant Program for a period of 5 years. Adopting a resolution authorizing the Director of Environmental Health and or his or her designee to submit applications, execute agreements, administer grants award under the California Department of Resources Recycling and Recovery Local Enforcement Agency Grant Program for a period of 5 years. Adopting a resolution to provide the County of Tuolumne with a temporary exemption from the required Assembly Bill 1826 regarding mandatory commercial organic recycling. Approving correspondence in support of the Assembly Bill 323, which would extend the sunset of the statutory exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 21080.37 of the Public Resources Code for minor road improvement projects from January 1st, 2015 to January 1st, 2020, authorizing the chair to sign. approving the lease with PHI Air Medical Services, LLC at Columbia Airport in the amount of $1,233.54 per month, authorizing the chair to sign, and approving correspondence supporting AB 1262, continuing state funding for 2 years to encourage development of high-quality advanced communication services to all Californians, authorizing the chair to sign.
Does the board have any items that they wish to pull from the consent calendar? Any public comment on the consent calendar? Bring it back to the board for motion.
Second.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes. The question was whether is there any more public comment. I did ask for that. I didn't see anybody, so if I missed you, I'm sorry. Vote. All in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read the next item.
Number 9, consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming April 19th through 25th, 2015 as Crime Victims' Rights Week in Tuolumne County, and approve certificates of recognition commending Detective Brandon Lowry, Deputy Sabrina Cable, Officer Ryan Webb, Mandy Tudor, Alyssa Nahara, Betsy Kelly, and Carol Heflich for their outstanding services to crime victims and the community.
Good morning. Laura Krieg, District Attorney. Good morning, board members and Chairman Gray. Anyone in our community at any time can become a victim of a violent crime. We all live in Tuolumne County, and we all realize this. We are lucky, and this is a beautiful place to live, but violent crime does occur in our community. And it's important that victims of violent crime in Tuolumne County have our support and feel that they have a voice in the process. Oftentimes, when violent crime occurs, we get focused on solving the crime, and we get focused on the criminal and the prosecution of the case. And oftentimes, victims somewhat feel as if they are not part of the process and don't have a voice. We in Tuolumne County are very fortunate that we have in the District Attorney's Office the Victim Witness Program, and we have 3 dedicated advocates that work hand in hand with victims in Tuolumne County to give them a voice in the process and to support them. It's absolutely essential that communities come together to support victims and to give victims support so they feel empowered. Empowering victims means acknowledging them and their humanity. And by the board considering designating April 19th through the 25th as Victims' Rights Week in Tuolumne County, you give our victims in this county hope and support. We are very fortunate in our county. We have several members of the community who have sort of gone above and beyond the call of duty for 2014 in working with victims and making them feel empowered and cared about. And so we are wanting the board to recognize these individuals. And the first person that we got together with Victim Witness and the District Attorney's Office that really stood out in the year of 2014, and it's hard to pick because we are so fortunate that we have many people who are very deserving of such recognition. But the first person on the list is Detective Brandon Lowry with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office. And Detective Lowry started working in the detectives unit, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but last year in 2014. Is that right? Okay. And right immediately, Detective Lowry started delving into some cases that turned out to be quite substantial cases. In California, everybody's sort of familiar with the 3 strikes law, but we also have a 1-strike law in California where members or criminals who commit certain crimes against young victims, particularly under the age of 10, and particularly in the area of sexual assault crimes, can be prosecuted under a one-strike law and sentenced to 25 to life with no prior criminal record. And we caught a case early on, unfortunately, in our county that met those circumstances. And Detective Lowry took the lead on that investigation, and we prosecuted that case, and the individual was sentenced to 25 to life earlier this year, and the crime started, and we found out about it in March of 2014. His work on that case was absolutely above and beyond the call of duty. He investigated that case. He met numerous times in the district attorney's office with the victim. He established a relationship with the family and really provided the necessary support and proof that we needed in order to go full force into court on a case of that nature. And there's so many cases I could talk about. One that was in the press a lot was the case against Kenneth McLeod, who was a 42-year-old male having a sexual relationship that began with a 15-year-old female. And Detective Lowry's work on that case, gave the district attorney's office the tools to be able to successfully prosecute that case and get a sentence of over 15 years. So first off, I'd like Detective Lowry to stand up and be recognized for his amazing work for victims.
I would also like him to come forward. We have a certificate of recognition from the board. But prior to that, what I would like to do is ask the board for a motion to adopt the resolution that we have in front of us and the certificates.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0.
The second community member that we would like to recognize and ask the board to recognize today is Probation Officer Mandy Tudor. Mandy has done essential work in drafting probation reports that the courts rely on in sentencing criminals in the process. I know Mandy can't be with us today, but I believe that Adele is here and Linda is here, hopefully, to accept Mandy's recognition. But Mandy is somebody who has the ability to do interviews of criminally accused defendants and produce reports to the court. She also works with victims in making sure that the victim's story and voice is heard in court. It was part of the probation report that goes along to the judge for sentencing. Her demeanor is one that makes people, whatever side of the criminal justice system they're on, want to open up and to speak to her. She's always professional, and she is a true asset to Tuolumne County and a true supporter of victims, and that is Probation Officer Mandy Tudor. The next individual in the community is Alyssa Nahara with Child Welfare Services. And Alyssa, I have had the pleasure of witnessing many child interviews that Alyssa has conducted as part of the KIT team, which is the Kid Interview Team. And oftentimes when we have victims under the age of 14 who have been abused in our community, we try to minimize the impact of having to tell the detail and excruciating events that happen to them. So we bring them in and we try to have them interviewed by a trained interviewer. Most of our interviewers are either with Child Welfare Services or with probation. Alyssa has the ability to make young child victims feel safe and protected, and she has the demeanor, again, that allows them to be in an environment where they feel comfortable speaking with her about some of the most heinous things that have happened to them in their life. And it takes a very special person to be able to sit there and to be able to keep it together. Oftentimes, we're on the other side of the glass, and it's hard for us to keep our emotions in check when we hear some of these stories. But Alyssa can sit right with the child, and she has that strength to encourage them and to keep her emotions in check so that they can tell their story. It's an amazing process to watch, and she is a master at it. And so we would like to recognize Alyssa Nahara. I know that the board has heard about the work that Officer Ryan Webb from Sonora Police Department has done in 2014. I don't need to shed much more light on it in that Ryan Webb put his life on the line for the citizens of Tuolumne County and put himself in the line of fire in November of 2014 in the officer-involved shooting that we had the unfortunate occasion to have here in Tuolumne County. He is not with us today, but he deserves our utmost support and recognition in his duties. And that's Officer Ryan Webb from Sonora Police Department. The next member of the community we would like to recognize is Betsy Kelly from the Center for a Nonviolent Community. Betsy always has a smile on her face, and she is cheerful in some of the most difficult situations to work with. She goes above and beyond the call of duty in supporting victims who come to the Center for a Nonviolent Community for support, for a place to stay, for a person to tell their story to. This is an amazing center that provides essential support to our victims and makes them feel empowered and gives them hope in their process. And we very much appreciate Betsy Kelly's work in that area. And the last member on today's list is a lady by the name of Carol Hayflick. Carol is a victim in Tuolumne County of a very violent domestic crime. The perpetrator was sentenced yesterday in Department 1 to 10 years in state prison. And without Carol's courage and strength, we could have not prosecuted that case. Carol endured a brutal beating that nobody in our community should ever have to endure. And we want to recognize Carol Hayflick for her strength and her voice and her sort of light to show all victims that they have the ability to really sort of bring knowledge and education to the community, even though it comes from a very brutal place and a brutal thing that they must have had to endure. And Carol is just a beacon of strength. So I would like to recognize Carol Hayflick. And I'm not done. I'm sorry. There is one more person on my list, definitely last but not least, and that is Deputy Sabrina Cable. Deputy Cable was the deputy on patrol that responded to Carol's home the night, one of the deputies, the night of that crime. Deputy Cable has investigated, in her short time that she's been with the sheriff's office, has investigated numerous cases of domestic violence and other violent crimes. She, I can say, writes one of the best police reports, which can help the case from the very beginning. She also makes victims feel safe and makes victims feel that law enforcement cares about them. It's not just about solving the crime. It's also about supporting the victim and making sure that they have the support and encouragement that they need and getting them to a safe place where they can be. Deputy Sabrina Cable is essential in that process, and we are so very fortunate that she is here and providing law enforcement services in Tuolumne County. Thank you, board members and Chairman Gray, for your time and again for your consideration and adoption of Victims' Rights Week from April 19th to the 25th. Thank you.
And thank you for all your hard work, all of you. Okay, would the clerk please read the next item?
Number 10, consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming April 2015 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Corey Ashton, representing the Human Services Agency. But today I stand before you as part of Prevent Child Abuse Tuolumne County. Along with me today is Ginger Martin, treasurer of Prevent Child Abuse Tuolumne County, and several members of that coalition. Child abuse is almost never a single incident. It's actually more often it is the collection of decisions, experiences, and moments over time. Child abuse prevention is that opportunity to insert positive change along those moments. It is helping families build capacity. It is the effort to support a person when they've tapped out on their coping skills. It is the effort to reach in when a parent is blinded by their own trauma. It is through awareness and compassion that each of us can be a part of this child abuse prevention effort. You see, it is through taking care of each other that we really can make a difference. It is building a safe place for parents to reach out for help in those moments. In that effort, we invite you to recognize not only those that have been serving in the area of child abuse prevention, but also those who have been victims of such crimes. We've invited you to the Child Abuse Prevention Luncheon and Victims' Rights National Crime Week. I'm going to hand you that invitation here. We recognize the efforts of those who work with families every day to guide and coach towards safe parenting. And we ask your board acknowledge this effort on behalf of Tuolumne County's children as you proclaim April 2015 as Child Abuse Prevention Month by signing that resolution before you.
Okay, any board questions? I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I move to approve the resolution.
A second, and I just want to thank all of the folks that work so hard on behalf of the children in our community.
Okay. Any public comment? Bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 11.
Presentation of the 2015 Child Abuse Prevention Poster and Poetry Contest winners in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Garcia. I'm the activity coordinator for the Tuolumne County Recreation Department. And thanks for allowing us to be here today once again to to honor some young talent in our annual poster contest and poetry contest. Through this poster and poetry contest, we hope to bring some attention to the prevention efforts in Tuolumne County and allow the children here to express their feelings regarding the issue. I'd like to give special thanks to the Prevent Child Abuse Tuolumne County Council for the cash prizes that are awarded here today. Our first place winners are going home with $50, and our second place winners get $30, and our third place winners get $20. So there's some very generous cash prizes for our winners today. Also, I want to thank everyone who was able to come down and do the tough job of judging all these great posters. Our theme this year was Be a Superhero in Your Community. So all of our posters and poetry here today are about that theme. So at this time, I'd like to introduce our Youth Center staff who work closely with the youth at our programs. And please stand when I call your name. Lori Britt, our Tuolumne Youth Center coordinator. She's in the back there with her kiddos. Reina Enriquez. She's already standing there in the blue. And Jackie Poland, she is parking the car right now and will be here in just a minute. I was assured. If Supervisor Gray, if you'd like to take a drink of your coffee and then come down.
No, I'll just come on up. How's that?
Come down and help distribute the awards to our young people here. We're going to start with our Tuolumne Youth Center and Lori Britt. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Supervisor. Glad to be here. This is my second time up here at this podium. I really enjoy doing this poster contest and poetry contest. It gives us an opportunity to do some discussion with our kids about the issues that we're all talking about here today. So, and they get to be creative at the same time and earn a little money, win a little money. So, with no further ado, I will let you. A lot of my kids are not here.
Okay. We'll start with third place, Andrew Stubbs. Is Andrew here today? Okay.
This is the 7th and 8th grade division.
Okay. Greta Thompson, second place. Is Greta here? Great. Congratulations. My hands just don't work. I want to get this name right. Is it Araya Hope? Is Araya here? This is first place. Maybe you can buy me lunch sometime. Okay. 4th to 6th graders. Third place, Clayton Peterson. Clayton. Lexi Newell, second place. Swan Lake Forstner, first place. Thank you. And this is the first
through third grade.
Third grade. Gracie Briscoe, third place. Bood Forstner, second place. Kyra Hope, first place. Congratulations.
Hi, my name is Raina Enriquez, and I'm the Jamestown Youth Center coordinator. This was my first time doing a poster contest with the kids, and it was so much fun watching them give their interpretation of what a superhero is. So, here are, I think this is, sorry. Okay. So would you like me to do it this time?
I'd be happy to do it.
Okay.
Okay. This is the only fun part of this job, really. Okay, we have in the 7th and 8th grade, Alyssa Darby, 3rd place. Second place, Rory Kerr. First place, Kayla Landman. Fourth to 6th grade, Asher Matthews, 3rd place. Derek Matthews, 2nd place. Jada Valentine, 1st place. First to 3rd grade, Alicia Ferreira. Second place, Connor Parkhurst. And 3rd place, Rosie Morita.
Hello, I'm Jackie Pullen, and I'm the Groveland coordinator.
Sure, I'll do them. Are these the right ones? Okay. Okay, we'll start with the 7th and 8th grade. Shayla Coster, 3rd place. Shayla here? Second place, Melanie Radonovich. First place, Taylor Herrick. Taylor here. 4th to 6th grade, Tyler Rose, 3rd place. Alexis Richter, 2nd place. Otto Enos, 1st place. I know it's a long ways from Groveland. I do it almost every day, so I can understand. 1st to 3rd grade, Elisa Vilmer, 3rd place. Jaslyn Hoffman, 2nd place. Isabella Peters, 1st place. Congratulations. I think that's all, and thank you very much, Youth Center coordinators, for all your hard work.
We have one last division here. It's our poetry division. That's okay. So for third place, we have Scott Pomeroy. Second place, Courtney Jarvis. Is Courtney here? And first place was Naomi Arista. Looks like they weren't able to make it today. I've been asked to read the first place poem to you if you would like to hear it. Okay. Which was... The poetry in this contest is always a little difficult to read because a lot of times people put a lot of emotion into their poetry, and sometimes it's really personal. So this one is one of those. So it's titled, Shh. The secret's in my house, shh. But I must be quiet as a mouse, 'cause there are secrets in my house. Mommy cries late at night. Her and Daddy had an awful fight. But I must be as quiet as a mouse, because there are secrets in my house. Sissy's face is black and blue. Bubby's arm is broke in two. But I must be as quiet as a mouse, because there are secrets in my house. I try to keep the secrets straight, like Bubby fell on his bike by the gate, and Sissy walked into a door, and there are so many more. All these secrets I cannot tell make my life a living hell, but I must be as quiet as a mouse, because there are secrets in my house.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us here today.
Clerk, please read item. Well, first of all, all the work that's done at the youth centers is appreciated. To have the guidance of the children from people that really care about them is so important. So thank all of you again for what you do. Please read item 12.
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Levi Lowe for winning his first place in the Poetry Out Loud 2015 state competition.
Okay, I'll ask for a motion to approve the certificate.
Could I make a comment first?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, most of all public, this is amazing. I've been going to Poetry Out Loud. I think I missed once in 6 years, and that was reasons beyond my control. What a delightful experience! I've witnessed young people get up and perform poetry, and do it amazingly well. We've sent people off to the state to compete, and for the first time in history, Tuolumne County is the winner. We have a young man. He's sitting in the front row. Good reason to miss school legitimately, huh? For achievement, we allow that. Remarkable performance he did here locally the last 2 years. He was recognized last year as clearly an upcoming star, and this year he won our local competition, and he went to the state and he won there. This is amazing. It's a tribute to the dedication of the students. I think it's a tribute to the program and the coaches and the leaders of this program. And Levi, you put us on the map in the state. Levi, you put us on the map in the state, and you're going to the Nationals. We have great expectations, Levi. And I don't fault you for anything that happens there, but you are holding the flag of Tuolumne County, and we appreciate your effort, your commitment to doing this and doing it well. So with that, I'd like to make a motion we approve the certificate.
Second.
First and a second. Before I call for the vote, any public comment?
Connie O'Connor, Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance. Poetry Out Loud is one of the most wonderful programs that we do. Not only us, but almost every county in California participates in some way in this, and it's a wonderful, wonderful program. We are all so excited, and I had an opportunity to talk with two critical people at the California Arts Council last week, and they are beside themselves. So they're making special arrangements to help get, and I would like to have him come up and be introduced. Rick Foster is one of Levi's coaches and has been the stable force behind the last 10 years in this county for this program, and Bonnie Bryson. So we're going to have an entourage there, and I would like to invite all of the county to come on Sunday between 2 and 4 at Stage 3 for a fundraiser and to hear some of the poets that have been in this last year and several years prior to this that will perform, and also some musical performances. They know not some of them not only recite poetry, but they're singers and musicians as well. So with that, Levi, come up here. We think maybe we should just have an airplane that says Tuolumne County, here we come.
Is there any more public comment? Because I need to call for a vote here before I come up. See none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Levi, Supervisor Hanveld's put a lot of pressure on you. And I know you can take care of it. So congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job, Levi.
Good luck and do well.
$13, please.
Consideration of approving certificates of recognition for the Dodge Ridge race team for their 5th straight year of winning the United States Ski and Snowboard Association Far West Central Series season, and for the first place winners in their age divisions.
All right. Supervisor Royce, would you like to? Okay. Greg's
Yes.
going to take care of it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yes, our Dodge Ridge ski team does participate in the Far West series of the USSA competitions. That includes competitors from China Peak, Badger Pass, Bear Valley, and, of course, Dodge Ridge. And it is truly amazing that they came away this year winning their 5th title as a race team. That's got to be unprecedented that they've been able to do that. Unfortunately, they could not be here today to be recognized, but we're going to go ahead and have you proceed approving the certificate of the team, and we'll make sure that gets to them. But we also had 3 first-place finishers this year from the team. We have Varan Suklakar, first-place winner in the under-14 age division, Evan Lear, first place in the under-12 age division, and Stash Perry, first place winner in the under-10 age division. Each one of them are so deserving of this recognition, and ask your board proceed in approving those certificates of recognition.
Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'd be happy. Honored to make a motion.
Second.
Okay. Second, first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Clerk, please read item 14.
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming April 12th through 18th, 2015 as National Library Week, April 14th, 2015 as National Library Workers' Day, and April 15th, 2015 as National Bookmobile Day in Tuolumne County.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Honorable Chair, Mr. Pedro. I am Lynn McCormick, Tuolumne County Library Youth Literacy and Outreach Librarian. I am here representing the library today to ask that you consider adopting a resolution proclaiming April 12th through 18th as National Library Week. Today's libraries are so much more than a building filled with books. Instead, they are change agents within their communities. They transform lives through innovative educational resources and forward-thinking programming. Our libraries are doing their part to close the digital divide and level the playing field by providing free access to information and the technologies for many of our community members who cannot or do not have the ability to have it at home. Libraries help to ensure that the American dream, and we also are here to promote democracy for all of our community residents. Librarians work with you, our elected officials, small business owners, students, the public at large, to try and find new ways to meet the changing needs of the community, whether it's through offering e-books, technology classes, materials for English language learners, adults who need help with obtaining GEDs or just learning how to read, programs for job seekers, and providing a safe haven for our youth as well as others during times of crisis. I am here to ask that you adopt our resolution. Thank you.
All right, any questions? Any public comment? Bring it back.
Supervisor Gray, in celebration of National Library Week, I'd like to move to approve the resolution proclaiming April 12th through the 18th as National Library Week, April 14th is National Library Workers' Day, and April 15th is National Bookmobile Day in Tuolumne County. And I just want to add, I go by there quite a bit, and occasionally I have the chance to step in, and the library is always abuzz. There's activity going on, the parking lot is full, and thank you to everyone that's making that happen.
Yeah. Before I second that motion, and I will, I just want to thank all the library people working our libraries here in the county. It's an incredible experience to go in there. It's always fun. So again, thank you very much for all that you do for our county and our citizens, and I will second that motion.
First and second, any public comment? Just my comment is that I want to echo what the other supervisors said. You know, it's a fantastic place, and all the energy that is there is always positive, so much appreciated. All right, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
15.
This is a presentation of the County Service Award to Deborah Montgomery from the Human Services Agency.
Good morning, Chairman Gray, members of the board. Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director. It is my pleasure to be here today to recognize Debbie Montgomery for 20 years as a county employee. Debbie began her career in April 1995 when she transferred over with the visiting nurse and hospice programs to Tuolumne General Hospital. She started working for the county as a fiscal technician and was commended for taking on the task of system administrator for the new VNA and hospice computer system. She prepared and coordinated the installation and gave guidance and training for staff. She was able to take on this task along with many other responsibilities, and in 2004, she was promoted to fiscal supervisor. In January 2009, Debbie transferred to the Department of Social Services, started working as a senior account clerk within the Adult Services and Public Guardian programs. She was able to adjust well to her new role and learned the database very quickly. She promoted to Accountant 1 in the DSS Fiscal Claims Unit in February 2011, and she continued to learn the ins and outs of the social services fiscal operations and able to prove her strong accounting and analytical skills within the department. She was promoted to senior accountant in August 2013. And what that means is Debbie is responsible supervising a budget of $20 million. Certainly she reports to the chief fiscal officer, but she has a significant responsibility in our department. She's always been willing to help out whenever needed and take on new projects, and she's able to identify and analyze problems and work out solutions. She also learns new computer programs very quickly, which is an asset in our world. She's always handled her duties efficiently and diligently. Debbie is a dedicated public servant. She's committed to her job and the community, and I would like to ask the board to join me in recognizing her for 20 years of public service. Thank you. I know. Here, I'll give this to you. I know. Okay.
Thank you so much for your
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I want to say thank you for this recognition, and I want to say I feel very privileged to have been an employee of Tuolumne County for 20 years, and mostly because of all the employees that I've worked with in 20 years. They've made it a real pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Would clerk please read item 16?
Consideration of adopting a resolution declaring April 5th through 11th, 2015 as Safety Seat Check-Up Week.
Mr. Pedro?
Mr. Chairman, this item is sponsored by an organization called Safety Belt Safety USA. They're not here today to present. That's something we receive annually. This group has been working for 35 years to advocate for safe transport of children. And thought about, we could just pass this on, but there's some statistics in here that I thought just need to be shared to encourage people to make sure that their children are adequately, belted into their cars. And speaking as a parent and now grandparent, I think everyone should pay attention. I'm just going to read just a few little statistics here. Motor vehicle crashes remain the number one cause of death and permanent injury to children in California. The number one preventable cause of death and injury of children and young adults is automobile collisions. More than 90 child passengers under the age of 15 are killed and more than 10,000 injured in automobile collisions in California each year. 71% of small children killed in crashes would be alive today if they had been properly restrained in child safety seats. And more than 90% of child safety seats are used incorrectly. I'll just stop there. There's additional statistics in there, but it just cries out for people to be responsible as parents, grandparents, guardians. If you're in charge of kids, make sure you know how to use those child transport seats and use them correctly, because it literally can save lives. And with that, just encourage the board to approve the resolution.
I just want to make a comment too, as a pretty new grandfather. I had some real serious lessons on how to properly put my grandchild in that seat before he could move. So it is important, and I think the awareness makes it even better. Looking for a motion to approve the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
First and second. Any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Clerk, please read item 17.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C.
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So, excuse us behind us. We're putting up an updated map for you that Environmental Health Director Rob Kosleby will go over with you in just a few minutes. Wanted to provide a brief update on what has been taking place since the last time we came before you for this declaration. And as we always try to do is we look at what we're doing with the large-scale items, the medium-size or smaller companies, and then what we're doing community-wide with some of these wells that we're seeing going dry. So first of all, today I do have a meeting this afternoon with Cal OES at 1 o'clock. They're coming up to go over the California Disaster Assistance Act funding, the program that we've been working on. So I'll have some time to speak with them directly about what's happening with us locally. We have our Drought Task Force meeting next week on April 16th at 1 o'clock, and that's where we pull in, we invite all 138 small and larger water companies within Tuolumne County. And as we move into these coming months, thankfully it is raining outside, and that's good news, but we all know we're far behind where we need to be. Then we have our pre-fire operational area meeting. That takes place semi-annually, so this one is April 15th, and that's where we pull in all of the first responders and all those other agencies that offer support to those first responders so we can talk about the incoming fire season. And we have a fire gives their update. We have weather. National Weather Service comes in and they give an update for us, and that seems always to be the highlight of the session for everyone. We have the drought forums, and we will have a drought forum in each supervisorial district, as each of you know. The first one takes place on District 2 on April 13th, and that's at the Soulsbyville Elementary School. And this week, Rob Kostlevy, our Environmental Health Director, will spend some time with B.J. Hansen discussing what's going on locally for drought, and then they'll also do another printing of where and when these are taking place so that the community is aware. And then ATCA has also been doing some public information on that too. We also had our well committee that happened yesterday afternoon, and we will meet again on Monday so we can review what's happening locally. I'm going to let Rob speak to that directly, as he's had quite a few intakes this last week, and he can give you some details on that. We also had the governor's declaration that came out on April 1st. Many of you, if not all of you, have already seen that. That declaration renews that we are still under a state of emergency, but there's some funding that comes for various types of programs. One of those, our community has benefited greatly through the State Water Board Drinking Water Program. Cassie Chahan has continued to be an amazing advocate for our county, both for water agencies and for small individuals, where we've been able to get connections at no or very low cost for homeowners for a permanent connection to TUD, and that has been huge. TUD continues to be an incredible partner for us as we move through all of these drought implications that we're dealing with. So the governor's new declaration is requiring a mandatory 25% water conservation. You already know that most of our water districts have ranged anywhere from 35 up to 45%, and that's huge as compared to what their usage was in the previous year. Tom Trott originally had planned to be here to give you an update. Unfortunately, he was unable to attend. He is working with TUD, as that's where they get majority of their water comes from TUD. They have great concerns with the Pinecrest Lake level, as many of us do. So he'll be working with Tom Seja over the coming weeks to determine what does that mean for their district. They had an average of 32% water conservation for the year, which was wonderful, and they do foresee that will continue. Their community up there has had a great buy-in to that program and what that means for them as a community. TUD, again, the Pinecrest Lake level, we know that they're not only telling us that it's not going to spill, but it's likely that it won't fill. TUD staff Tom Seja is meeting with PG&E tomorrow so they can get a more definitive action plan and what is that really going to mean for them. And then I have an appointment to meet with Tom on Wednesday, so I can, on Thursday. I'm off a day. On Thursday, so that he can kind of let me know what is he expecting that they'll need to do so we can begin working with those state agencies for any plans. Like last year we did, we reduced the fish flows out of Pinecrest and Lyons, so that it would keep more water in the reservoir. We may need to do that again this year. And then if there's any other funding that is available that will help us meet the needs of the community, this meeting will be instrumental in helping us to determine where we need to reach out to. And with that, I'm going to ask Rob to come up and discuss what the wells locally, what he's been seeing and experiencing, and then we can answer any questions. We do have Pete with Lake Don Pedro Community Services District. Would like for you to hear an update from him. We've been all working almost daily with all the different state agencies in meeting the needs and long-term strategies as well, and Pete can give you an update on that.
Good morning. Rob Kostlevy, Environmental Health. Well, I'm here again. So it's raining. A lot of folks think the drought's over because it's raining today, and we all know better than that. The last time I was up here was on March 17th, and I had a map behind me that was very similar to this. However, this one was just updated yesterday. Last Wednesday, we received 11 intake forms for the drought assistance. I received 10 more yesterday, 21 in 4 days. And to put that in perspective, on March 17th, I reported that we had 38 residents in the county that are receiving CDAA funding. So that almost half that number in a 4-day time span. So we still need to be diligent on the water conservation with our community, with our own private wells. We can't abuse the water that we have in the ground. We can't utilize this water and abuse it for, I got to say it, for watering lawns. I'm seeing that more and more where folks come to me and say, Rob, we're out of water. So I go out there and inspect it, and they have a lush lawn. And well, can you tell me when your water's running out? Well, it's after I water the lawn. It's like our well goes dry after that. So we need to be diligent. The amount of water that we're going to receive in the next 24 hours is not enough to recharge our fractured rock groundwater wells. So we definitely need to still pull together and do our part. Tracy's already mentioned that we have our drought forums coming up. We have 2 next week, and we'll go into detail in regards to the formation and how groundwater works in Tuolumne County. But we definitely are seeing a huge uptick, and as the summer creeps in, we are anticipating receiving more and more of calls like we have in the last 4 days. Any questions?
Questions for Rob? I imagine you could probably use some extra help.
Definitely.
Any other questions? Any public comment? Pete's coming forward right now.
I guess I'm the other part of public comment. Pete Campa Community Solutions, representing Lake Don Pedro Community Services District. The lake level at Lake McClure has actually risen 4 feet since the in-stream flow requirements were reduced in February, and because of an early start to the snow melt, unfortunately it peaked last week. So that elevation of 610 feet above sea level is 93,671 acre feet as of the day before yesterday, and that is below the minimum pool and below the elevation at which our district is allowed to divert water. MID, Merced Irrigation, is allowed to divert water to us. That's 115,000 acre feet. So that's the level where we're supposed to stop moving water out of there. We're at 93,671. Okay. Merced Irrigation had a reprieve on that for a period of time. That has ended. But luckily, they are moving forward with a petition to the state board right now. And that's news for some of those in the room that have been involved in this process. But they started late last week preparing a petition. That petition is going to request 2 things. One is that they continue with a reduced in-stream flow regime. I don't know exactly what that level of in-stream flow reduction is, but Merced Irrigation has offered to provide a drawdown curve of that reservoir, and as soon as I get that, I'll present it to Craig and this board. But it may improve the situation. At the same time, within that petition, they've also asked for us to be able to divert water below that minimum pool level. So this petition is going to clear up some things that were a big concern as of a couple weeks ago. This is a very short turnaround on this. It's not according to Merced Irrigation District, it's a short process. They submit it by the end of this week, and hopefully they hear by the end of next week. I'm not certain it'll be that easy, but it could be. I don't know if in any of this action the board can support that petition. I realize it's not specifically on the agenda, and I don't have a copy of the petition even for my viewing because it's not prepared until the end of this week. But it's something that I'll certainly present as soon as I get it. And again, the request is to reduce the in-stream flows and to allow us to draw water below the minimum pool. The good thing is we continue to see a lot of support and from the funding agencies, from the state agencies, federal agencies, and it's happening because of the activities in this room, because of your staff and the fantastic effort. And in fact, we just recently, as of last night, got recognition that the information, the data that you provided, Craig, through your planning department, and Larry, was accepted for a median household income that qualifies us for another grant, because the data is not there in many cases to support certain incomes, and you have to have a lower income to be able to qualify for certain grants. And Craig and his staff worked really hard to get some numbers together that work for us, so we can apply for federal grant money through USDA for another $500,000. We've already signed a contract for $60,900 through the State Water Board and $200,000 from the Department of Water Resources. We should have another grant agreement in our hands this week for $200,800. We've spent $295,000. I know I'm rattling off a lot of numbers, but a lot of that money that we've spent is now reimbursable under these grants. So the efforts of your staff and your board have been much appreciated. Good news is that we drilled 8 test wells, $78,000 worth of holes in the ground, and the last 3 that we drilled worked. So we have well number 2 identified to be able to produce, we believe, a strong 150 gallons a minute, and then well number 3 and 4, there's a primary location and an alternate depending on property negotiations. So we've got a situation where we hope to be able to meet 70% of the summertime demand in the event that that lake goes all the way down. So that's the big thing. Now, that doesn't take into consideration fires and main breaks and all of those, but we're investing hundreds of thousands in our system as well, in our water system, to make sure that it is tight and works well. So it's all coming together. I've got a written document that I can provide for your background, but I am open to any questions. Well, also on March 9th, our board moved, following a public hearing attended by about 200 people, our board moved to 50% mandatory conservation and a ban on outside irrigation. So we need a lot of this because people are going to get really cranky here in another month or so. But we don't expect the water supply situation to recover enough through either this rain or future rains or any action of the state board or anything else. And these wells are certainly not there to irrigate lawns, as Rob talked about. I expect the irrigation ban to continue unless something major changes.
Pete, are you still pursuing another deep water suction port?
We've had that's primarily a funding exercise, and the reason being is because it's a $6.5 million project for an emergency water supply. It would have to be fast-tracked to try to run a 21,000-foot pipeline over ground that we don't own and get easements and do the environmental review. So we have identified an alignment. We've identified willing property owners to participate in that. We're finalizing the cost estimate, and the $6.5 million looks about right. Unfortunately, what we thought was going to be more significant grant participation is starting to dwindle as there's more competition for it. So it looks like we're at a maximum of about $2 million toward that project. So we've got a big gap to make up quickly, and I can't go through a rate process fast enough, guarantee an assessment. We don't have it in the bank. We can't borrow it. So it's still in the works, but in reality, Chairman Gray, the most likely solution right now is to potentially install a cofferdam in the bottom of the reservoir, because there's actually a pool, a 10-foot deep pool in the area of our pumps. And if we can back up another 10 feet and keep the inflow behind that cofferdam, we think that plus the groundwater wells gives us a level of security. So this project evolves. They weren't on the table this winter, and now we're developing them. So.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Just a comment. On April 1st, the USDA announced they were doing another emergency disaster drought feed program for the livestock producers. So for Tuolumne County, that will be administered at the Farm Service Agency that is located at the USDA Service Center in Modesto, California.
Okay. Any other comments? Any more public comment?
I move to adopt the resolution continuing the state of emergency for the drought in Tuolumne County.
Second.
Okay, we have first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. We will really be ready for the next drought, won't we?
That may be next year.
Possible. Clerk, please read the next item.
18, consideration of approving correspondence to the Bureau of Reclamation and the National Marine Fisheries Services supporting a balanced approach to water flow in the Stanislaus River and its resulting impacts on Lake Tulloch.
Mr. Richardson.
Good morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. We have a complex issue that we're dealing with at Lake Tulloch, and I should just go reference the last sentence in my memo, which says, staff is in contact with representatives from Tridem, will monitor and communicate any changes to the status of Lake Tulloch as they happen. Well, some changes happened last night that will change the nature of our letter that has been prepared and edited, and we appreciate those comments, but I'd prefer to, I guess, turn the microphone over to Susan Larson from Tridem, who will discuss the recent press release, which has been sent out as of today, and that may change the essence of our letter. So. Larson.
All right, please come forward.
Thank you, Susan, for coming and sitting through the first hour and 15 minutes.
It actually was welcome change to listen to some certificates of recognition and hearing about all the positive things, because quite frankly, to say that the water situation has been a fluid situation has been a monumental understatement, as you can well imagine. I do want to begin, though, by thanking you for having us here today. And as you know, we at Tridem have initiated a massive public outreach and information program, and we appreciate Tuolumne County being with us every step of the way as we work to manage this situation. I've often thought going to Disneyland and riding roller coasters are one of my favorite things in the world, but since February, I feel like I'm living a roller coaster, so I'm totally rethinking sort of that whole hobby that I've had. But as Daniel indicated, the situation has again changed. 2 weeks ago, we informed you that OID and SSJID had reached a tentative agreement with the Bureau and National Marine Fisheries to reduce our what the districts would take, to the amount of water they would take from their allotted 600,000 acre feet to 450,000 acre feet, and leave 115,000 acre feet in New Melones at the end of September. Immediately after that agreement was reached, we petitioned the state board for a temporary urgency change petition be granted. And that was the item that was scheduled today. Was we anticipated that Tuolumne County might write a letter of support for that temporary urgency change petition. Well, immediately after that tentative agreement was reached, National Marine Fisheries changed their mind and said, we don't think 115,000 acre feet in Melones at the end of September is enough. We want 225,000 acre feet. Quite frankly, that's an untenable position to the districts, because that is not the Bureau's water. That is the district's water at this point. And just last evening, Districts Council wrote a letter to the Bureau reminding them of the 2011 the decision in federal court by Judge Wanger, reminding them that that is the district's water. So essentially, what happened was Tridem's operations up in Strawberry received on April 4th a release increases, meaning as of this morning at 1 a.m., we were instructed to increase releases and to do an additional pulse flow. from 200 CFS last night to 300, ramping on up to about 1,500 CFS on April 8th. So because of the district's position that that is not the Bureau's water to releases, Tridam is not making those releases. We are not increasing the releases, and we are instructing our staff to keep the release levels at 200 CFS. Accompanying me today, I should have introduced him earlier, is our General Manager, Ron Barry. He is making those decisions with the full support of council and both districts. Until we have an agreement with the Bureau, we will not increase our release limits. So the document that we are thinking that you might do is change the letter that you are contemplating sending and direct that to the state board in support of Tridam and the districts. I'll answer any questions, but that's a summary of what has happened in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. First of all, kudos to Tridam and kudos to the irrigation districts. This should have been done not by them, but by somebody a long time ago. If we're going to get through this drought, and we're going to get through this drought in any balanced fashion, we need, in the state of California, to stop managing our water by opinion and emotion supported by pseudoscience that plays to single-issue interest groups, and start relying on the bevy of sound and data-supported evidence-based science that's readily available and certainly can be quickly derivable, and have that guide our decision-making. This whole topic area was discussed in some detail about a week ago over in Calaveras County. I was on the panel that held that event, and Tridam's fish biologist made a very compelling presentation that actually there's a video of part of that I can make available to my colleagues as well as anybody else that's interested in the public. It is on my Facebook page if you haven't found it yet. But this is really, really important, and one of the things that we're really figuring out is that in the water world everything flows east and west, and we need to unite east and west, and I salute the irrigation districts for looking uphill, and we up in the hills need to also be looking down in the valley and forging the alliances that are going to get us to rational management of our water. So I want to thank, again, you for coming, and I would support directing staff to rework the letter. I'll be glad to provide some input, and I would, at the appropriate time, I think if my colleagues would agree, I'd make a motion that we make that letter, because of the timeliness, put that letter together and just authorize the chairman to sign once we get that letter put together, and I'll make that motion at the appropriate time.
Supervisor Royce.
Sure. First of all, I just want to say that I am extremely happy to hear that you guys are taking a stand in the way you are, and you have my, and I'm sure the whole board's complete and full support. So as this progresses, I'm sure you're to some degree picking a fight, and I think that's the right thing to do, and I hope that others will be as strong as you and take a stand the way you are. So thank you so much for doing that.
Yes, collectively, sometimes we got to dig our heels in, and I'm appreciative that you guys are doing that.
Absolutely. I just want to add absolutely to echo those comments, and wondering if, like Merced Irrigation District and some of the others that have already, appealed to moderating the fish flows, are they supporting this effort?
I'm not certain of that.
It's so new, it's evolving.
It's just to this. I just passed out copies of the press release that just was released this morning, and copies of the letter that District's Council sent to the Bureau just last evening, just before 5 p.m., advising them of our position that I summarized earlier. I did also want to say, though, is we've already, in response to the letter that we sent to the Bureau, advising them of our position, we've received an email this morning from the Bureau staff saying they want to work with Tridam to come up with an operational agreement that would work. But as I said, this is serious business, and the districts do not intend to relinquish their water, because the positions we're taking, as Supervisor Rotifer mentioned, they're based upon sound science and not emotion.
That's right. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, I want to say thank you, and thank you for the courage to do that and do it early. Water, this is early in the year. This is April.
Exactly.
And, once you let that go downstream, your options just disappeared. And we got to get through. And, I keep hearing all this stuff about getting through this year. Well, this year's a crisis, but we've got a long way to go. We need to be getting through 2050 and finding ways to do that. And so I applaud your courageous decision, and I fully support it. Let's work on real solutions to the problems that are broadly based and satisfy the maximum portions of the community, including the consumptive interests of the population, being the people. So thank you.
Any other public comment? I'll bring it back to the board for brief discussion. Supervisor Rotifer?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move at this time that we direct staff to rework the letter. And like I said, I'll volunteer some help to do that. And then once we get the letter sufficiently correct, that we authorize the chair to sign.
The first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read the next item.
Consideration of approving correspondence to the State Water Resources Control Board in support of the notice of intent to adopt the mitigated negative declaration for Pacific Gas and Electric Company's Pinecrest Lake Levels Modification Project.
Mr. Richardson.
Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. This letter, we think, is a little more good news natured. A few years ago, back in 2011, PG&E did file a request to modify the Pinecrest Lake level prior to Labor Day, the pre-Labor Day Pinecrest Lake level. There is now a notice of intent to adopt a mitigated negative declaration that would indeed modify this. It is a flexible lake level depending on how dry the water year is. They could, right now, the summer lake elevation is 5,608 feet. This would allow it to range between 5,600 and 5,606, depending on how dry the year is. All the other community agencies have come out in support of this action. This is positive. We try to balance the recreation and consumptive uses, and it is since we wrote this letter and everybody seems to be in favor. More information has come out from PG&E and TUD saying that even this 5,600 may not be sufficient due to the dryness of this current water year, but we'll take what we can get, I guess, is kind of the nature of this letter at this point. So for your consideration.
Okay. Any board comment?
I think in the august words of my predecessor, this is a no-brainer. This is what we asked for. This is what TUD and PG&E went forward with. And after several years of consultation up in Sacramento, it looks like the Department of Water Resources is going to or intends to give us what we asked for. So I fully support it. I think it does balance all the multiple uses of the lake as a consumptive water source, but also as a recreation source, an important recreation source for our county. So I move that we approve the letter and authorize the chair to sign it.
Second, first and second. Any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. With that, we'll take a 10-minute break. I think it's going to take a little while for Scooter to come back.
Here comes Scooter.
You see a Scooter?
What did he do?
He had foot operation.
We already.
I haven't heard what happened to Randy. Did he get his foot caught in his mouth again?
Ooh. Oh, nothing. Will the clerk please read item 18 again?
Consideration of approving correspondence or reconsideration of approving correspondence to the Bureau of Reclamation and the National Marine Fisheries Services supporting the balanced approach to water flow in the Stanislaus River and its resulting impacts to Lake Tulloch.
Okay.
Susan Larson with Tridam again. I did want to provide information regarding a very positive item development at Tulloch. Last year, Tridam applied for a grant on behalf of the citizens at Tulloch Reservoir from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and State Parks for the installation of a boat wash station at the South Shore facility for the designed to prevent the infestation of quagga and zebra mussels. Your board actually issued a letter of support for that grant application that I filed last October. That grant application was seeking $68,000 to install that wash station because Tridam was also going to supply funding for that. I just received notification that we are going to get that grant, and actually the state agencies increased the grant from $68,000 up to the maximum allowable limit of $200,000, so that we can buy an even nicer wash station than we additionally requested. So I wanted to inform the board of that. So we'll be working to have that wash station installed just as soon as we can get all of the paperwork in place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a few things out of order. We're going to do item 23, then 21 and 22.
23, consideration of authorizing the release of unencumbered Mental Health Service Act housing program funds in the amount of $11,792.96 pursuant to the Welfare and Institutions Code, Section 5892.5.
Good morning. Rita Austin, Director of Behavioral Health Department. Recognizing the very full agenda, I will be succinct. In 2007, the Mental Health Services Act was passed. Within that allocation, there was a component funding for housing set aside. The Directors Association had, throughout the state of California, set aside $400 million in that amount. Tuolumne County had a portion of that. We had utilized $584,000 of that in our purchase of Cabrini House. There was an unencumbered amount that was remaining with the California Housing Finance Authority in the amount of $11,792.96. I am here asking the board to give the Behavioral Health Director authority to sign to have those unencumbered funds released and returned to the county to apply to housing.
Okay. Any questions? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
The first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read item 21.
Consideration of amending the 2015 Board of Supervisors Committee Organizations and Partnership Handbook to modify the membership of the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee.
Ms. Shanahan.
Thank you. Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator for the county. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee currently is composed of 2 board members, And at their March 11th meeting, the committee recommended that your board consider modifying the membership of the committee to add 5 community members who would all be voting members, representing various segments of the community who have an interest in housing. And at the meeting, they proposed that the representation would be somebody representing seniors, real estate industry member, someone representing developers or small business, and 2 at-large members with an emphasis on affordable housing, in addition to the 2 existing members for a total of 7 members. In this scenario, each community member and an alternate would have to be appointed by your board every year. And because this structure might be a little bit cumbersome administratively for your board, we've provided a couple of other alternatives for you to consider. One is, you'll see in your packet, you have 3 alternatives, alternative A, B, and C. And alternatives B and C are basically designating actual organizations for some or all of the slots, similar to what you have for the Natural Resources Committee, which was an action you took recently. So the 3 alternatives, which you'll see with the red markup, the first alternative is the one that I mentioned, where they are positions where the board would select organizations that apply and appoint a member and an alternate. Alternative 2 would be where you specify all 5 slots with specific organizations. And in order to fill those categories, which I mentioned above, would be Area 12 Agency on Aging, TCAR, Tuolumne County Association of Realtors, the Local Building Industry Association, ATCA, the Local Habitat Chapter, in addition to the 2 board members. And then alternative C would be to keep the 3 organizations, Area 12, TCAR, and BIA, and create 2 at-large positions that would have an emphasis on affordable housing, and those would have 3-year terms. So basically, if you have appointed an organization, there's no need to appoint members and alternates each year. But in alternative C, the 2 positions would have 3-year terms where you'd appoint a member and an alternate each year. So staff is recommending that the board consider the 3 alternates, select one, and each of these would be to modify the 2015 Board Committee's handbook and to have the change effective immediately. Thank you.
Any comments? Supervisor Hanville.
Mr. Chairman, I really like alternate B. However, the problem with alternate B is it doesn't offer us the flexibility to add an organization or a dedicated public party, and alternate C does do that. However, I will say that alternate B does represent the people who are dedicated, and the organizations and people that are dedicated and consistently attend and participate in the Housing Policy Committee, and in fact are all helped in terms of making the survey possible and things like that. So while I think alternate B is probably what I would desire, alternate C doesn't preclude that from happening, and alternate C gives us flexibility to include other people who may show up and present themselves as valuable members of the committee, and it limits the committee to being 7 total, which is about the limit to what I think is manageable. So I guess when it comes down to it, I prefer alternate C, and that we go forward and issue the notices of vacancies and get the appointments done.
Was there a recommendation from the Housing Committee, or is that what I just heard?
The Housing Committee, when they were discussing it, came up with alternative A. And then upon reflection, we realized that administratively it's very difficult to appoint a member and an alternate. That's 10 people every year. So this was a way to make it less cumbersome.
Okay. Mr. Pedro.
Yeah, the only thing I'd comment, I wasn't in any of those discussions. Alternative B uses the same template you use for all of your other policy advisory committee meetings. We don't use at-larges in those. Doesn't mean you can't, but you don't in your policy advisory committees. Typically, when you use at-larges, it's in other operational advisory committees or other forums, but not your policy advisory committees. But that's up to the board.
I'm okay with alternate B.
Well, alternate B would be consistent.
As I said, and when I was sitting in on the committee, I think alternative B, in terms of workability, is just I think it's the best solution. So I'm not against alternative C, and I see Supervisor Hanvelt's point on having some flexibility, but I still think that the nice thing about an alternative like B is that you've got a belly button to push. You've got organizations. If somebody's not attending and everything, you've got an organization you can go to, whereas if it's, in essence, an at-large appointment, you really don't have anybody, any organization that's accountable for that.
That makes sense. Okay, so any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'd like to move on alternate B then, but I want to make it clear I'm not pushing any belly buttons.
So noted. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion, and if necessary, I will push belly buttons.
Okay. All those in, any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Item 22.
Consideration of accepting the Workforce Housing Survey Summary Report.
Shanahan.
Thank you. Sheila Shanahan again, Housing Program Coordinator. And Supervisor Hanvelt alluded to the survey that the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee recently undertook. It was a survey of workforce housing needs in the county and was conducted last fall, and the purpose was to help evaluate workforce housing needs in the county. We disseminated it through SurveyMonkey to all the major employers and publicized it on various websites. And you have the full survey summary in your packet, and I'll be giving you the Reader's Digest condensed version today, just going through a few of the highlights. There we go. 1,122 surveys were completed, and when you compare that to the total workforce in the county of about 18,423 workers, we had a good representation. We were happy with the results. The confidence level is 95%, which is the industry standard, with a margin of error of 2.8%. So we feel like the survey results are pretty reliable. Here are just a couple of snapshots for you to look at. Currently, of the people who responded, 66% said that they own a home, but 92% said that they would like to own a home. That was their preference. This is a comparison of affordability. Basically, in the survey, if somebody said they preferred home ownership as a lifestyle, they answered the home ownership questions. If they said they preferred renting as a lifestyle choice, then they answered the rental questions. So of the people who took the survey and answered the home ownership questions, you'll see affordability, about 68% of the home ownership, $800 to $1,500 was considered an affordable housing payment, for your mortgage, taxes, and insurance. But for renters, not surprising, the rents that were considered affordable by the people taking the survey were lower. About 59% said that they could afford a rent of $900 or below, which is fairly low. We asked people questions on preferences, where they'd like to live, and not surprising, both the home ownership and rental respondents said that they wanted to live near services and work. And the full list is in the packet with a breakdown of all of the different communities. And this, again, is just a sample of some of the questions we asked. This was a home ownership question on amenities, walking trails, and energy efficiency. We're at the top there. This was homeownership preferences and affordability, a safe place to live, lack of financial stress. Those were the top preferences for homeownership. And then going to rental, basically very similar responses. Walking trails and energy efficiency are big items. And an affordable rental payment was overwhelmingly what people chose, in addition to having a safe place. And then at the end, we asked people, are you considering leaving Tuolumne County? And if you are, why are you considering leaving? And we gave them 3 choices. And you can see 53% said lack of employment. You know, a lot of young families are leaving the area. 48% said a lack of affordable housing, and 23% that their preferred style of housing, you know, whether that's a condominium or, you know, a small complex, is that available in our county. So that concludes my presentation. The full study is in your packet, and feel free to disseminate it to some of your boards and committees and groups that you attend. Thank you.
Sheila, could you make that available by email so I can
Absolutely.
send it out? It'd be
Yes.
helpful.
Is it also available on the website?
It is.
I just want to make that point for the public, because I think there's a lot of really interesting data in this survey, and it's not something I think you just kind of glance over. I think it's something you need to study. And I think I think in my mind at least, it represents the most significant thing the Housing Policy Committee and the team has done here for the community, because I think it gives us a really good snapshot of what's going on. And I want to say thank you to Sheila for leading that, but also for all the people that participated in making that happen. It was a terrific effort, and many of the members that we just appointed to the committee participated in making that happen. So I think it's a significant achievement, and I want to say thank you again.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I found the survey fascinating in terms of there's some information in there that you can call out that isn't just about the housing. I mean, for instance, why people are leaving the county, the fact that jobs is a big issue for them. So it's not just, as it turned out, it started out as a housing survey, and it really is a housing survey, but there's a lot of information that you can glean out of there. It's a very interesting report, so I would encourage the public to go online and take a look at it.
Okay, thank you. And now we motion to accept the report.
So move.
I'll second.
Any public comment? Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, go ahead.
Consideration of adopting the Tuolumne County Water Action Plan.
No, we don't have time to do that. I'm sorry, I meant 11 o'clock. Please read our 11 o'clock appointment.
Okay, 11 o'clock. Consideration of adopting a resolution to authorize and establish requirements and procedures for the County of Tuolumne to serve as the lead agency under the California Environmental Equality Act for projects proposed for non-public entities that have a public benefit to Tuolumne County and for which Tuolumne County has jurisdiction by law pursuant to 15366B of the state CEQA guidelines.
Ms. Shane.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. With me is Deputy County Counsel Carlin DeRivdahl. None of us who were in Tuolumne County in the fall of 2013 will ever forget the Rim Fire. The fire began on August 17th and burned for several weeks, finally being contained on October 24th. The fire left 257,000 acres of our county charred and devastated. The U.S. Forest Service has worked on a plan for restoration. A local group called the Yosemite Standstill Solutions has also been working with the Forest Service in order to implement some of those restoration efforts. YSS, as it's commonly referred to, is a collaborative group of diverse interests. The mission of this group is to assist the Forest Service, as well as the Bureau of Land Management, Yosemite National Park, and even private land managers to achieve healthy forests and improved watersheds in our area. Tuolumne County has been a member of YSS since its inception back in 2010. YSS is now proposing to pursue several projects that would restore areas damaged by the Rim Fire. These projects include restoring streams and meadows, installing wildlife guzzlers, installing new water troughs that are wildlife friendly, installing nest structures for great gray owls, removing conifers from aspen stands, removing biomass to improve critical deer habitat, and replacing culverts to eliminate barriers to aquatic organism passage. These projects are on the forest land, and as such, the Stanislaus National Forest has been in the process of preparing environmental documents that will be able to be used by YSS in, again, pursuing these projects. YSS is seeking grant funds, however, from the state of California through the California Wildlife Conservation Board and the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. Because state funds are being sought, these projects are subject to both the California Environmental Quality Act as well as the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA. As I mentioned, the Forest Service is already preparing the documents that will qualify for the NEPA review. But the CEQA review is the issue before you today. These grant programs require that the lead agency under CEQA make a determination concerning the level of environmental review that is needed for the projects. This is usually required that the environmental review be done at the time you apply, or in part of the application you must specify who the lead agency be and the level of review. CEQA defines a lead agency as being a public agency which has principal responsibility for carrying out or approving a project or other jurisdiction by law over the project. Well, YSS is not a public agency, and YSS is partnering with the Tuolumne River Trust, which is a legal entity which is required for applying for grants and accepting grants, but that's also not a public agency. The Stanislaus National Forest is a public agency, but it's a federal agency and cannot serve as a lead agency under CEQA. The California Wildlife Conservation Board and the Sierra Nevada Conservancy are also public agencies through the state, but they will not serve as the lead agency for projects that are being sought for their funding. So the question is, who is going to be the lead agency under CEQA for these projects that will have a tremendous effect in restoring the Rim Fire area? YSS has asked your board to consider authorizing Tuolumne County to serve in the role of lead agency. This was brought before your Natural Resources Committee at its meeting on March 13th, and at that time the Natural Resources Committee supported the concept subject to working with County Council to determine how we can best make this authorization happen. Okay, as I mentioned, under CEQA, a lead agency is a public agency that has primary responsibility for carrying out or approving the project. We have neither responsibility for this project for either approving it or carrying it out. But CEQA also provides that a lead agency is a public agency that has other jurisdiction by law over the project. And CEQA defines that as having primary jurisdiction over the area in which the project's located. Because these projects will be within Tuolumne County, your board has jurisdiction over the area. Tuolumne County would have jurisdiction by law. So, we have prepared a resolution for your board's consideration today that would authorize the county to serve as a lead agency for YSS's project, but because other non-public agencies have approached us at different times about this issue, we would propose this resolution be broader so that other groups could come before the county and ask for similar consideration without having to go through a formal resolution process. The resolution before you would first authorize the county to serve in this role under certain restrictions, and also establish a procedure for the county to use. The first would be that this would be offered for projects that provide a public benefit. Obviously, your board is going to want whatever projects are proposed for us to serve as a lead agency to have some kind of a benefit to our general population. And the resolution does include guidance on this issue, that a public benefit would be provided by a project that contributes toward implementing goals, policies, and programs in the general plan or other policy document adopted by your board. And those would be such things as creating jobs, improving infrastructure, reducing fire hazards or other hazards, protecting or restoring the environment, or providing social programs. So we've made this fairly broad, and yet we have linked it back to policies that your board has adopted. There are 3 levels of review under CEQA. Those include finding that a project is exempt, finding that a project will require a negative declaration, or that an environmental impact report is required. The first step in the process would be for a non-public agency to submit a request to the environmental coordinator, which by resolution is the person responsible for implementing CEQA on behalf of Tuolumne County. The Community Resources Director, meaning me, serves as the environmental coordinator for the county. So a request would be made. The first decision would be, does the project have a public benefit? If the environmental coordinator determines or cannot determine that there's a public benefit, the matter would be referred to your board, and your board would make that determination. If the environmental coordinator can determine that there's a public benefit within the guidance provided in the resolution, then the next step is to determine, is the project exempt from CEQA? If the environmental coordinator can make that determination, then the environmental coordinator's office would prepare the necessary notice of exemption and file it and proceed working with the non-public agency. If, however, the environmental coordinator decides or determines that a negative declaration or environmental impact would be required, which would incur significant costs to the county to pursue, then the matter would come back to your board. And it would be your board's decision whether or not at that time to pursue serving as a lead agency. Your board would also establish the terms and conditions under which you would do that. County Council has recommended, and we have incorporated into the resolution, that such terms and conditions could require an indemnification agreement, so that if we do this for a group, then there would be indemnification in case of a judicial challenge as to the adequacy of the environmental document, and also an agreement to specify any other terms and conditions such as cost recovery. And those would, again, be case by case as determined by your board. The county will incur costs to serve as lead agency. Even an exemption requires some cost to the county, but that's minimal. So the resolution provides that the county would not recover cost for that type of a CEQA review. And again, that's a determination of exemption. However, any other costs for a negative declaration or EIR would be determined by your board as part of an agreement. So basically, we've divided this into really 2 processes. One, an exempt process would be no cost to non-public agency, and that staff would handle that without coming back to your board. Anything more than that comes back to your board for determination. As to the YSS project, the U.S. Forest Service has already determined through their studies that these projects would be categorically excluded from NEPA, and they have also referred those studies to me, and I'm confident that we will be able to exempt those from CEQA. So there would be no cost to YSS for us to assist them in this matter. So with that, Mr. Rivdell and I are here to answer any questions you might have about this resolution.
Supervisor Gray?
Yes, please.
On the advice of counsel, I would like to just make a point of clarification. At the natural resource meeting, I did recuse myself because those that was the project specifics were. I did have a potential conflict of interest. Just clarifying that today we are talking about the process and not projects, and therefore I do not need to recuse myself.
Okay. Any other comment? I just have one. I think this is something that if we do happen to get NRDC grant money, that there's going to be multiple projects going on, and what I question is, we're going to have to probably have more help in order to get this done. So want to be open with it at a time, but yet you have it covered in here, the cost. So
I got a quick one too.
go ahead.
I think this is all okay. The only concern I had was similar to what John kind of alluded to, is cost, but even beyond cost is staff time. And I have a lot of concern. I occasionally get calls from people with projects that are going through the planning process, and when you guys are trying to put together your environmental documents, they're sniveling about the timeline. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that this is going to help with that unless we provide extra staff. So at this point, I'm not sure how much of a workload this could turn into. Potentially, with all the projects that you listed, it could be quite substantial. So I would just ask Mr. Pedro to work with staff on monitoring the workload to be able to meet the targeted time frames for the different types of projects that we deal with, and if this becomes a factor, that we come back and address those issues budgetarily.
Any other board comment?
I'll just ask council, pretty simple question. What are the county liability pitfalls in this, if there are any, and how do we mitigate those?
Well, when the county takes on the role of lead agency, if there are any deficiencies in the environmental review process, we are the defendants of that CEQA litigation. And any attorney's fees awards that are imposed would be imposed on the lead agency because these are our documents, unless, of course, we have some type of indemnification agreement in place. One of the issues that Ms. Shane and I discussed when we were looking at this is, again, that exposure to liability, especially with non-public agencies. Sometimes, for example, with YSS, it's not it in and of itself is not a legal entity. So it would be very difficult to enter into an agreement with them, and they don't really have funding. So an indemnification agreement, we could say indemnify us, but truly with what? That would be the final question. So that's why in the resolution we're talking about exemptions from CEQA. And when we're with exemptions from CEQA, they're very clearly stated, and the risk of liability or challenge to those is much, much lower than if we were going down the road of a mitigated negative declaration or an EIR, which is why in those instances we would want to bring it before your board so that you could fully understand any type of risk and make that affirmative determination yourselves.
Okay.
Any other questions? Supervisor Hanville.
Yeah, I got a little concerned. I fully support YSS and the program, but I'm a little concerned about the generic nature of this, and that we would consider, this gives us the mechanism to consider virtually any group coming in and doing that. Is that right?
Well, again, this only applies to projects for which an organization is seeking state funding. So, to tell you the truth,
I understand that, but I still have the problem that you're going to make that decision and not the Board of Supervisors, and I'm a little nervous about that. I think the Board of Supervisors ought to be making that decision in every single case.
Which decision? I'm not following. Are you talking?
The resolution extends beyond YSS.
So I have a question then.
Well, can we stick on Randy's get it answered first? And then
Resolution extends beyond YSS, and any organization, in theory, could come in with one of these kinds of a thing, and it would rely solely on the judgment of Bev. And I just think the board ought to be making that decision.
I don't think that's the way it's written, but
Well, it is. The first step is an application or a request to the environmental coordinator who determines whether or not there's a public benefit. If there's a public benefit and the project can be exempt from CEQA, then the environmental coordinator could pursue it without coming to your board. And I believe that's the issue. In reality, again, other than the NDRC, which will be subject to various processes if we do get that funding, over the years, we have assisted the fire safe councils. And really, other than that, I have never been asked by another body to do this. So I don't think the workload will be significant. I don't think we're going to see this very often. This is a unique situation where we have a group that's at their wits' end about nobody wants to serve in this capacity.
I would also point out,
and that was going to be my point, was that in effect we have been doing this with the fire safe councils.
Yes, we have helped them in the past, yes.
So really, it's only for situations where you're looking for an exemption for a proposal that's project that's seeking grant funding.
And if a project's going to require a CEQA review, a neg deck, or an EIR would have to come to your board for that determination. That would not be done at staff level.
And so we would still be we'd be the trustee agency plus the decision-making body for those potential environmental documents, if they're not exemptions.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
and I would also point out that the resolution, it's the last paragraph of the resolution, does define what a public benefit is. So it is not just as defined by BEV. It is tied to your board's already adopted policies and directions. So it's the next to the last. It's for purposes of implementing this resolution, a proposed project may be considered as providing a public benefit to Tuolumne County if it will contribute toward implementing the goals, policies, or programs established in the Tuolumne County General Plan or other document adopted by the Board of Supervisors, such as enhancing the local economy, creating jobs, improving infrastructure, reducing fire hazard or other hazards, protecting or restoring the environment, providing facilities or services for the general public, or providing services for those in need.
Is there any other questions? Randy, did that answer your concerns? I just want to add that I don't think I have the expertise to be an environmental coordinator, and that's what we hire our staff to make those decisions for. And to have every one of those come back to the board really doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm open.
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, we could add another, it is therefore resolved, or is further resolved, that would provide that the board members will receive notification of any request, and if they wish to have the matter brought to the board, would have a certain number,
There you go.
like
That's a good
5
answer.
days or
Yeah.
10 days
That
to
solves the problem.
Okay.
to have it referred to the board.
All right. That everybody's in agreement with that?
Sure.
United? Right. Any other questions? Any other public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
With modification.
With
With
modification.
modification.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Okay, we have a clerk read our second 11 o'clock, please.
This is consideration of authorizing the county council to sign onto the County of San Bernardino's request for publication of Save Our Uniquely Rural Community Environment versus County of San Bernardino.
Ms. Drivedal.
Excellent. Thank you so much for agreeing to add this late agenda item. Talking about a case, Save Our Uniquely Rural Community Environment. The acronym, of course, is SOURCE. So we'll be calling it the SOURCE opinion going forward. In this case, the 4th Appellate District refused to find that the trial court abused its discretion when it reduced the award of attorney's fees in a CEQA lawsuit. So our earlier agenda item talking about potential risk of liability, this is an example of where that comes up. The plaintiff's attorneys in this case had requested an award of $231,000, but the court only awarded $19,000, stating that the amount requested was outrageous. Currently, this opinion is unpublished, and an unpublished opinion cannot be cited as legal precedent in other jurisdictions. So having this specific case published would be very, very helpful in CEQA practice. While the attorney's fees requests in CEQA litigation are common occurrences, appellate opinions that affirm a trial court's significant reduction of attorney's fees awards are very rare. So publishing this source opinion reiterates the rule that grants of attorney's fees are not automatic when a CEQA violation is found. Rather, a petitioner seeking fees must affirmatively demonstrate the reasonableness of its fees and hours. And just in terms of the facts, because the facts are always fun to go over, in this case, this was a law firm that can billed itself as a CEQA boutique firm. So they are CEQA practitioners. They charged 246 hours spent by 3 attorneys and 1 law clerk. The partners were charging at LA rates of $500 an hour. Their law clerk was being charged out at $110 an hour, so it was pretty darn impressive. The trial court rejected their request for an award because the CEQA questions presented were not particularly difficult, especially for alleged CEQA specialists, and that they were experienced enough in the CEQA field that they should have been capable of handling the case without reinventing the wheel. Specifically, they called out partners for checking on filing deadlines and researching rules of court. Those are things that CEQA attorneys should probably know off the top of their head. So the County of San Bernardino found out yesterday the case was going to be unpublished, and so they must file their request today. So I'm requesting that you authorize our county council to sign on to the San Bernardino's request for publication in this case.
Any board comment?
Right thing to do.
Yep.
Absolutely right thing to do. We've seen excessive
legal fees, yes.
Legal fees in a number of cases against us or our applicants, and I mean totally unjustified. Not only in terms of the rate structure, I think, but in terms of the amount of time spent against it. So I fully support this and support San Bernardino County. I think it could be a very big help to all California counties.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Okay.
I'll second that and just say that I think this is a great opportunity to correct a glitch in the system that's become a racket in some cases between attorneys and or I guess anybody that's wanting to sue someone. So.
Okay, and I have to agree, and thank you for bringing it forward. So that's the motion. Any public comment? Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. We're going to take a break until 11:30 for our 11:30 appointment.
Okay. Presentation on the Tuolumne County Child Welfare Services Program.
Good morning. Thank you so much for carving out time today. My name is Corey Ashton with the Human Services Agency, and with me today is, of course, Sarah Carrillo, our County Counsel. We're here to talk with you about the Child Welfare Services programs, and I want to assure you that your Child Welfare Services team acts in good stead to serve its community. As you will see in this presentation, child abuse is real. We saw images of that this morning, including a lovely poem that spoke from the heart of an individual who seems to be experiencing such tragedy. The effects of abuse and of chronic neglect in children's lives impacts them. It's a very direct impact, and what you're going to see today will be graphic at times, and I hope that it gives you pause. But what I really want to do is leave you inspired by the great work being done in this county, and also that there are families that do choose to engage in this process. It's inspiring to see a family that can stand up and say, I'm ready to change. We at Child Welfare believe that families can grow and can change. Today we're going to summarize for you both the Child Welfare Services program and the juvenile court process. And then we're going to wrap up with the strategies we employ to improve outcomes for families. We believe children are deserving of a healthy, safe home, and the agency is interdependent with its community to ensure safety and security for families. We work jointly with service providers because it does take a team to address the totality of family dynamics, children, and adults. We collaborate with foster parents and with biological parents. We do this in hopes to engage parents in the process of improving their lives. We forge a path together towards recovery and stability and safety. Our staff also participates on the prevention effort to ensure child abuse is reduced. So let's start from the beginning. When our emergency response unit receives a referral of child abuse or neglect, one of two things happens. Either the matter is investigated or it's evaluated out. An investigation simply means a social worker will make face-to-face contact with each child and parent in that home. In Tuolumne County, we, in 2014, received an average of 68 referrals each month. It's helpful to note that a referral represents an entire family. And in every family, there's often several children, and each child may have several allegations attached. So there's a lot that goes into an investigation to uncover all of those elements. We investigate 43% or 30 of those referrals each month. The remaining 38 are evaluated out, which is a prevention effort. We often reach out with resources. In some cases, we refer to a preventative community partner who does case management. So there are criteria to investigate each type of abuse. Physical abuse, emotional abuse. There are criteria for sexual abuse, and of course, our most prevalent, which is neglect. Let's go into a little more detail. So I've given you an image of an example of a local case of child abuse, physical abuse specifically. When we talk about physical abuse, it's a non-accidental, serious injury. It does not require intent to cause harm. It can also include cruel or excessive corporal punishment. The threat of physical abuse is captured in this as well, which simply means if there is dangerous behavior, domestic violence, access to weapons in the presence of children. These can be captured under the category of physical abuse. In Tuolumne County, we see infants injured during domestic violence disputes. We've seen infants shaken to the point of broken bones and brain injury. These are very real in our community. Luckily, they're very rare. The highest risk for permanent disability and death is in our very youngest. We take these claims very seriously. Investigations go as follows. In the case of bruising being described in a referral, a social worker would respond immediately to the child's school. They would make note of the visible injuries. They would assess the injuries and ask the child the conditions that led to them. In this particular case, the child would describe physical abuse at the hands of a stepfather. That could include using a hand or other instruments. We assess for removal of that child by looking at two things: level of harm and elements of safety. That requires interviewing parents. So in the next step, we would talk with the parents about the conditions that led to these injuries. If this assessment determines that the child would continue to be in harm's way, and if the circumstances were exigent, the social worker has the authority to remove the child from the home and place in foster care. If safety elements can be put together in a safety plan, we can try to work with the family in the home, depending on a great variety of factors. Staff is trained through UC Davis to ensure that their skill sets are fine-tuned in making safety and risk assessments. When there is enough evidence to show that a child has been abused or neglected, the family is often referred to juvenile court. In some instances, when families can demonstrate the willingness and the capacity to work voluntarily, we are more than happy to work in that way. And that simply means that a family would work without going through the great lengths of the juvenile court intervention that you'll hear about today. But in most cases, if it is severe, as we've shown you, you'll be working with a juvenile court. When there are complex factors that lead to the conditions that you see in this image I'm giving you, you can see that it might take a long time to sort of uncover solutions. So what I'm showing you here is an image of neglect. You can see that there's not only chemicals, trash, food, garbage bags. It is piled to the height of the windows in the home. You can see trash is pouring from the windows. When we're talking about child abuse, it doesn't forget that there is a very great number of neglect. In fact, it comprises 80% of our referrals. This is where, general neglect is where we see the vast majority of parental substance use. In Tuolumne County, we see the use of methamphetamine, heroin, and a great misuse of prescription drugs. What does that mean for children? Inadequate food, inadequate clothing. When the child does not have the parent who's got the capacity to provide safety to them and living in deplorable conditions, as you see here, the intervention is critical. What we see here in Tuolumne County is children born having to detox from drugs. Homes with no running water mean there's no toilet. When there's no toilet, human remains often are left in the open air, in buckets or other spaces. In this image, as graphic as it may be, this is an example where there was no other way that a person could use the facilities and simply shoveled it from a dry bathtub. When you don't have a bathtub, babies are not bathed after living in these conditions. And I'm telling you, these are local examples of what we see. The decision to intervene or not intervene is critical. To that end, the state of California requires the use of a structured decision-making tool. In Tuolumne County, it's actually called structured decision-making. And what it does is it allows the social worker to take an emotional conversation over the telephone and then, as a matter of fact, go down the tree to determine should we respond immediately or should we respond within the next 10 days. And our regulations require us to make those determinations. Staff can override so that we ensure a human element to that, and we make sure that our overrides remain below 10% of all referrals screened. Another example of general neglect is before you. If you look closely, you can see there's
Excuse me for interrupting. Back
Yes,
at that
sir.
last chart. So what happens at 24 hours and what happens at 10 days?
What that does, Supervisor Hanvelt, is it means that a social worker will respond either immediately to the report, if the determination is that it's an immediate, or they'll respond to the home to assess the situation within 10 days. Thank you for that clarifier. This case of neglect demonstrates no access to water. The trash is piled counter high. Children cannot function, crawl, manipulate, move around safely in this environment. So as you have seen, in those cases that are severe, there may be one way to protect a child, and that is through placement out of the home. The main process in serving those children is through juvenile court, and our county council will brief you on that process.
So some of the public may be wondering why I'm a co-presenter for this session. My office plays a large role in these matters, but that's not often seen or heard given the confidentiality laws that govern this system. The work that we do in this system is probably one of the most important aspects of work the county does. We impact the lives of our citizens directly, and especially our most vulnerable population, our children. This is a very general overview of the dependency court process. We could literally spend days talking about all of the details, so keep that in mind as we go through this. You should know, just to start, that the Welfare and Institutions Code is the statutory framework governing all juvenile dependency matters. The role my office plays in these proceedings is to represent the department and the social workers in all juvenile dependency court cases, appeals, and administrative proceedings. Attorneys in my office appear on a weekly basis in court, and we advise the social workers on a daily basis. We also provide trainings. It is important to understand that on a monthly basis, we have new appellate cases coming out, and the statute is amended annually. So this places a great demand on my office and child welfare to keep up with these changes. Currently, there are 182 dependency cases in this county. In 2014, my office appeared at 563 juvenile dependency hearings. The goal of these proceedings are to protect the child, preserve the family, and provide a stable and permanent home in a timely manner. The best interest of the child is paramount. The juvenile court system is specifically designed to protect a child, not to prosecute a parent. It is a quasi-civil proceeding with special rules that are a hybrid of criminal and civil law. Safety of the child is the focus, and ensuring that the matter proceeds quickly through the court process is vital, because childhood is short and children need their lives stabilized as quickly as possible. Although child welfare makes a recommendation to the court about what it believes is in the child's best interest, the juvenile court makes the ultimate decision. Yes, Supervisor.
Just, I'm a little stunned, I guess. How many court cases did you say you participated in last year?
Last year we had 563 hearings. We have currently 182 cases. There's multiple hearings.
500 plus hearings. That's 2 a day for every court day.
There's a lot of hearings in these matters. Yeah. So.
We're a small county.
It is. And that caseload is actually quite higher than it's been in several years. I will note that. So an important element that the trial court must consider when making a decision about children is the impact of the passage of time. The legislative intent behind the dependency statutory scheme and appellate cases interpreting that intent make note childhood is short, that many basic attitudes and capacities are developed in the early years. Because childhood is brief, children can't wait for their parents to decide it's time to commit to proper parenting. Children need nurturing and stability now. So as a result, the legislature has inserted specific timeframes for these cases which mandate the amount of time a parent receives to reunify with a child, and it also includes circumstances when the legislature has determined it is not in a child's best interest to reunify. For children under 3, parents receive 6 months of services unless they show substantial progress in treating the problems that led to the child's removal. And for children 3 and over, they receive 12 months of services. There are many mechanisms in place to ensure rights are protected in this process. All parties are appointed counsel if they can't afford one themselves. All parties are allowed to present evidence in court. The court has specific evidentiary standards and burdens set forth in the code that the parties are required to meet, and if a party disagrees with the juvenile court order, that party can seek appellate review.
Foster youth are also granted rights. There's a foster care ombudsman at the state that is an 800 number. So if they had any concerns in foster care, there's that right. We also have hearings that parents can ask to have if they disagree with the findings of our agency. And community care licensing oversees all of our foster homes, including investigations and reassessments.
Section 827 of the Welfare and Institutions Code is the confidentiality provision that governs juvenile case files. The legislature has stated these provisions are intended to protect the privacy rights of the child. As a result, only specific people or entities are authorized to have access to juvenile case files. That includes the department, the court, the district attorney, county council, and the parties, as well as their attorneys. Juvenile case files defined broadly in the code. It includes the petition, reports, all documents filed in the case or made available to the social worker in making the report. The provisions apply even if a court case is never filed. And it's the juvenile court that has sole discretion to determine access outside of the people or entities that's listed in Section 827. Courts have to balance the rights of parents and children, which sometimes differ. Therefore, the dependency system includes a review process by the juvenile court to ensure the rights of the parties are protected. The department does not work alone, and its efforts to protect and build family stability come with solid oversight by the court, attorneys, and the state including the Administrative Office of the Courts, which conducts an audit every 2 years. Case law has held that a parent has a fundamental right to maintain the parent-child relationship, but that right is not absolute. That right may be interfered with in order to protect a child. Similarly, case law has held that children have a right to be part of a family unit, but they also have a right to be protected from abuse and neglect. There are times when the department must step in and act in the role of the parent to protect a child. When a parent takes an action or fails to take an action which causes harm to the child, the court has to weigh the parent's right to maintain that custodial relationship with the child versus the child's right to be free from harm. This system is designed to protect people's rights. It's also ever-changing to ensure that protection. Talk a little bit about the petition. This is a legal document that is filed by the agency when it determines a child has suffered abuse, neglect, or abandonment. This is similar to a complaint filed in a civil lawsuit. It starts the juvenile court process. Section 300 of the Welfare and Institutions Code is the basic jurisdictional section that describes abused, neglected, and abandoned children who fall within the court's jurisdiction. Additionally, there are times when the department seeks a protective custody warrant from the court asking for a court order to place a child into custody. The court reviews the petition and information from the social worker before it signs such an order. This is an additional layer of oversight. Hearings. And this may get to your point, Supervisor Rotifer, about how many hearings we have in these cases. Usually within the first 30 days of a case, we have 3 hearings. The detention, jurisdiction, and disposition. For each hearing, the social worker prepares a report, and it's provided to the court and all parties. It contains the evidence to support the department's position regarding the reasons it believes the child falls within the dependency jurisdiction. And the department bears the burden of proof at these hearings. All parties are allowed to present evidence. So at detention, the court determines whether or not the child should be removed from the custody of the parent. At jurisdiction, the court decides if the allegations in the petition are true. And at disposition, the court determines what's the best plan for the child and the family. If services are offered to the family and a case plan is created, it includes services to the parents and the child with the goal of reunifying the family. Additionally, at every hearing, there are specific evidentiary standards placed on the department. The department is required to meet its burden in order to have judge follow the department's recommendation. So in dependency cases, we have 3 burdens of proof. Prima facie, meaning on its face the department produced enough evidence to prove its case. This is the lowest burden. Then there's preponderance of the evidence. This is the burden for civil trials. It means the evidence presented by the department must be more convincing or probable than not. Think of this as 50% plus 1. And then we have clear and convincing evidence. It's in between a preponderance of the evidence and beyond a reasonable doubt. It means the department must prove that it is substantially more likely than not, so we think of this as 75%. And you probably noted that the evidentiary standards do not include beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the burden for criminal trials. This often means that cases are filed in dependency court that are not filed in criminal court. And the reason that the standards are lower in dependency is because we are trying to protect children immediately. We have status review hearings, usually every 6 months. We generally refer to them as 6, 12, and 18-month hearings. At each hearing, the department bears the burden to show reasonable services were offered. And if the department opines the child should remain out of the home, the burden is likewise on the department to show it will be detrimental to the child's health, safety, and well-being to return home. In certain circumstances, parents are unable to reunify with their children. Common examples include when parents do not comply with their case plan to treat the problems that led to that child's removal. For instance, the parent is still abusing drugs, the parent is still in a violent relationship, or the parent has a mental health disability that impacts his or her ability to safely parent. So when reunification is not successful, the court will set a hearing to determine a permanent plan for the child. The goal is to find the most permanent and stable placement for the child long term. This could include adoption with a relative, a family friend, a foster parent. It includes legal guardianship or long-term foster care, always striving to place the child in the least restrictive setting as possible, meaning the most similar to a home setting, family setting. And just to note that within the last several years, the legislature again amended the code, and now youth who are in foster care at 18 can actually remain in foster care until they're 21. And I'm going to hand it back over to Ms. Ashton to address progression into foster care.
Thank you very much. So what are we working with by way of numbers here in Tuolumne County? In 2014, we received 815 referrals of abuse or neglect. In that same year, 82 children entered foster care, which includes placement with relatives or family friends, foster homes, foster family agency homes, etc. I do want you to know that 29% of our youth currently are placed with relatives or family friends. Unfortunately, just more than half are placed out of county due to a shortage of foster homes. That's an effort we continue to work on. What I want to do is give you a case example to sort of bring the process that we've described to life for you. So in an example of Leah, she's 4 years old. She is removed from the care of her parents after they are arrested on drug manufacturing charges. The home was identified as having immediate safety and health concerns. A 6-month hearing would be held after her initial 3 hearings, and let's assume at that 6-month hearing, the parents were showing substantial progress towards allowing the reunification of their child back into their home. So here we are at the 6th to 12th month hearing. We're going to assess 6 months of activities that the families have engaged in. There are 2 scenarios that could happen. In the first scenario, the parents may demonstrate that they fully comply with elements of their case plan. They provide clean urine samples for drugs. They show attendance at all of their Narcotics Anonymous meetings. They show attendance with behavioral health drug treatment programs. They obtain a home that is identified as safe and suitable to raise a 4-year-old child. In those instances, the child would be returned home, and they may receive 6 more months of family maintenance services so that we can support them as they transition back to the full family unit. In the second scenario, the father may fail to complete drug treatment. The mother discontinues attendance at her treatment groups. We receive no or limited signed cards from Narcotics Anonymous sessions. The father provides several positive drug screens, and the mother refuses to participate. In this instance, Child Welfare Services would likely recommend termination of reunification services, demonstrating that the family has not demonstrated substantial progress towards meeting the objective of their case plan. We would then set a Welfare and Institutions Code Section 366.26 hearing, which is a hearing to establish a permanent plan of care for the child.
So how many go scenario 1 and how many go scenario 2?
That's an excellent question, but my data tells me that 5 to 1 children reunify over adoption.
5 to 1, you go scenario 1?
5 to 1, considering adoption as an alternative,
Oh, I
a
see.
long-term permanent plan, families do reunify. And I can get you that statistic if you like it. I don't have it in front of me.
I'm just curious what things are in reality.
Yes.
I mean, this is sobering enough, but
It is.
But reality, it's important. The caseload that you mentioned earlier is astounding, and it takes a long time.
Well, we also employ strategies to continually improve the efforts that we are doing to serve families. So we're going to cover that topic with you next. Assembly Bill 636, Child Welfare Services Improvement and Accountability Act of 2001, mandated that all counties in California participate in a continuous quality improvement process. It includes engaging our community and our stakeholders in the conversation about what's going well and what's not going well as a self-assessment and a self-improvement plan. The goal is to increase outcomes in safety, permanency, and well-being. To that effort, in August 2013, we gathered together with stakeholders and parent partners, those who have navigated through our system successfully, staff, and other community members. In that effort, we identified some strengths, including an active parent partner program that we have in our community. We currently have 3 active parent partners. These are individuals that have gone through Child Welfare Services and have come through in order to support others as they enter. We now have a 4th person that's in training. Some areas in need of improvement included access to affordable housing and enhanced family visitation, which we'll talk about in a little while. We convened again in October of 2014, specific to the topic of services for those with substance use disorders. They're treated through our dependency drug court team. This particular group identified again that our parent partner program is critical to the success of the families that we serve. It also noted that the use of safety organized practice, which is a strengths-based model, has been successful, and our offering of aftercare services for families as they transition out of juvenile court. Some areas for improvement was a hope for an inpatient treatment possibility, and that they would like to see a more holistic assessment of the family as they navigate through our care. We are accountable to 10 significant outcome measures, and that's how we measure our success. They're federally stated and mandated. They include things that, for instance, that no child is re-abused after an intervention, or that there's no abuse in foster care. Other outcomes are that we want to see children in the most least restrictive placement, and that siblings are placed together. Tuolumne County is actively working on the identifier of families reunifying as quickly as possible, and that children who reunify don't re-enter foster care. The strategy,
So how are you doing on those measures?
I'm going to give you that information here, so I'm so glad you asked. It's important that we answer to you on
She
those
pays
matters.
me to be a straight
She's ahead
man.
of you.
The first strategy that we've employed is the Family Resource and Visitation Center. It's still an active project under development. It continues to be a current county board goal. Visitation, meaningful visitation, is the number one indicator of successful reunification of families. And if we attempt to do visitation in very rigid, structured settings, it's not conducive to the full family experience. What we're hoping to do is to allow families, after they've been through our process a while and are showing significant growth, to be able to have settings for visitation that is the most natural as possible. And our goal is to do that with our community partners right on site, for coaching, for mentoring, so that parent partners can lead that process with families at the helm of what it is they need. We want it to be child-friendly and family-focused. The second strategy is, of course, expansion of that parent partner or mentor program. I've mentioned we have 3 and 1 in training, 2 women and 2 men that can take the work that we do and make it real for the person that's navigating it. They can eliminate the jargon that we tend to use and make that warm sort of walk down this path, because you've got to create culture change in that family if you're going to see an increase in safety and a reduction of harm. These individuals are an amazing few individuals. 3 of them have been with us for more than 2 years, just waiting for that next person to reach out. I'm excited to say that we've been collaborating with our sister agency, Behavioral Health, to support that so that they can get enhanced training and access to services as parent partners. And the third service strategy is to evaluate our dependency drug court. A lot of the reentry to foster care comes from families that are navigating and struggling with substance use disorders. And in light of that, we wanted to make sure that we're looking at the program that we've created, I believe back in '96, and see where can we enhance to get greater outcomes. We've sat down with parent partners, we've sat down with our community, behavioral health, and other agencies several times this year to identify the gaps and start to build bridges to an improved system. One of our outcome measures, Supervisor Hanvelt, is in reunification. In 2014, 15 children reunified to their families within 6 months. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see that the state would prefer that it take us 5.4 months. That is very quick. So 15 children accomplished that. But unfortunately, it took 23 children up to a year to find safety and stability in their home, for parents to provide that. We had an additional 15 youth that reunified between 1 year and 18 months, and one that took longer. Yes?
Just a question. A lot of times when bureaucracies, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but when bureaucracies set a standard, a lot of times they're setting that standard without a true understanding of the achievability of it. Do you feel that 5.4 months is realistic given, your experience? In other words, how concerned should we be that ours is 9.5 vice 5.4?
I appreciate the question because it is a dilemma that we face. And the conflict here is if we rush to a family reunification in order to meet a goal that's set by the feds or the state, we have the alternative response, which is children re-enter care if the family wasn't ready. So in Tuolumne County, when we've responded to the state about our numbers, 2 years ago it took 12.6 months. That was our mean, our average in reunification. We dropped that to, 9.5 months. The question is, if we have a greater number of re-entry to foster care, then we have not done our job. Because that's a travesty to have to re-enter foster care. So it's an excellent point that you raise, and it's one that we juggle when we look at our practice. And we aim for the stability. And so we will go longer in foster care with that goal of having a greater success in the long run.
Before you go on, this is 54 children who, in 2014, who re-entered, I guess, or reunified.
Reunified with their family.
Okay. How many people in 2014, how many kids did not reunify or permanently went elsewhere?
We had 82 enter the foster care system in that same year. We had 54 exit to reunification.
Not the same 54 and 82,
Correct.
though. How many in 2014 were, shall I say,
2014,
permanently placed elsewhere?
Right. In 2014, we had 11 adopted. We had 64 reunify, 2
This is
emancipated.
54. This is 54, and you said 64.
Correct. Let me get back to that number just a moment. We had 2 emancipate into adulthood, and 1 had another transition, which is not identified. It's just identified as other. The discrepancy in the figures simply may come from different data sets that I pull from. I use a computerized database in-house and also a statewide database, and I can try and clarify the discrepancy in those numbers.
Okay, but
I've used averages as often as I could.
Based on what you just told me, though, I don't consider that a bad track record at all. You're reunified basically 54. I'll use the 54 number. 11 were adopted out, 2 became adults, 1 went some other place. But largely, you're reunifying kids in your program with their families.
That's correct.
Okay.
In our 4th quarter, which I did not give this data, but I pulled it up this morning, our average was 8.1 months to reunify. So it, again, has changed. So the next area of improvement would be for the percent of children that do reenter foster care. The national standard is at 9.9%. So they want less than 10% of kids who enter care to return. And that is within a 12-month cycle. In the 3rd quarter of 2012, we were at an astonishing, unreal figure of 42.5%. I do want to add, however, that our data sets are small. So in a given quarter, there may be 4 families or 2 families with several children. So it does give us a great number in our statistics. In the 3rd quarter, we dropped to 15%, and currently we sit at 6.3% that have reentered. So that's an area that we're improving.
So what do you attribute that change to?
We attribute that change to working on the different strategies that we've discussed, working with safety organized practice, engaging families in the process of planning for safety. It's a whole different approach with families where we bring them to the table to be the decision maker about what they want to do in order to improve. And it makes a big difference in participation and engagement. That's one element.
It seems to me it takes major behavior modification on the part of the parents.
And there are a lot of services that are provided to them throughout this community to make sure that happens.
Okay.
Families do succeed. In the past 2 months, I personally have had, I'm going to call it a gift, of working with a family. We were so understaffed. And in that process, I was able to plug in with a family that was coming to the table saying, I am ready. And the reasons they came to our attention was due to methamphetamine that they had been using since high school. They had 2 young children, and the conditions in their home had dropped below that minimum sufficient level of care that a child requires to be safe. And when they came ready and said, I want to do everything that I can to make my home safe. And they participated, and they were honest and vulnerable. And that reminds me and inspires a team that does this work that not everybody that comes into our care comes with intent to cause harm. There's times when certain situations cause families to go south, but the work that we do can allow people to come back. We work off of families' strengths. We have families identify what those strengths are, and we applaud them for that. 5-to-1 children return home in Tuolumne County over adoption, and our ultimate goal here is safety, permanency, and family well-being. Thank you for the time you've allowed us today. If you have any questions, we're available.
Yes, we have. Supervisor Rutherford first.
Yeah, my memory goes back probably about a year now. We get periodic updates on our county's homeless situation, and one of the rather dismaying statistic was the increase in juvenile homelessness. How does that play into this whole dialogue?
Child Welfare Services serves youth through foster care up until the age of 21. And that's a more recent change in our service delivery model because of the homelessness that was occurring for children that aged out of foster care. You can imagine when you're 18, it's very difficult to automatically be fully capable and on your own. And so by allowing them to stay in care through foster care or they could stay with friends and other supported environments, and we'll support them until the age of 21. And that's one way in which we're trying to sort of limit the homelessness challenge.
How about the younger ones?
Younger youth, such as under 18 that are homeless?
Yes.
Child Welfare Services responds to allegations of abuse or neglect. If a parent has left a child or abandoned them to the point where they're on their own, or if the conditions have led to that, then yes, we would intervene. If there was no other provider for that child, they would enter foster care. We would serve them that way.
Okay.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
First of all, I want to say thank you, not just to you guys, but to the people that work in this area. This is it's a tough job.
Thank you.
And appreciate what you do. It's a tough job, and it's an important job. I strongly believe that children are our most important asset. They are our future, and the neglect of a child is heart-wrenching, and it's very frankly inexcusable in my mind. But and I want to thank you for putting this presentation together. I've been concerned for some time, as Sarah knows, that we keep getting, for lack of a better term, I'll say complaints at public announcement time that I think I've felt for a long time because I've had dialogue on this subject that were both unfounded and they were rather one-sided and misleading. And I'm concerned that the public doesn't understand, and I'm not sure that they will understand. But I do encourage them to look at this because I know it'll be on the live streaming of the agenda. This is an important role. We obviously spend a lot of resources doing this. A lot of taxpayer effort goes into this, and so I want to applaud the people that do this, and I want to thank you for putting together a really comprehensive presentation. I'm sure as I go over it, which I will, another time I will call you and ask you lots of questions, and as they come up, they will. But say thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, just a quick comment because, a number of the photos that you showed us in the beginning were incredibly disturbing. But I want to kind of focus on what your successes have been. And I've heard you talk in a couple of forums about the parent partnering program. And you said that was 2 years. You've been doing that for 2 years now?
Yes.
And so when I look at the statistics where you had, you dropped from 42.5% re-entering down to 6.3 in the last 2 years. That just looks like a tremendous success, and keep up the very, very difficult work that you do.
Thank you.
Anybody else? A question and a comment. I can't remember now who mentioned it, but the load is increasing, and what can we attribute that load to?
Well, I think a couple of issues. In the last few years, when minors were still in the system at 18 or 19, that's when they would actually age out of the system. But now the legislature has amended the code so they can stay until they're 21. So we have more youth staying in the system. So I think that's at least one issue. Corey, do you have any others?
I don't want to go political, but we do question the impacts of AB 109 on the types of high risk that we see in our community. I've had lengthy conversations with our district attorney and with our chief probation officer on this matter, and there is concern that does impact. It's the severity of the abuse that we're seeing an increase in, so which means the substantiation rate continues to rise. So what we find true in these allegations are higher.
Okay. Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I want to thank you for going political. I think it's important that people that are seeing the results of AB 109 and other things, like our recent, I can't remember the Prop 47, the full effects need to be made public, because it's easy to say, well, take the feel-good approach that, hey, we're decreasing our recidivism rate and some of these other things. And that's all true, and that's all well and good, but what price is our society paying to do that? And so I would applaud you for your comments.
Yeah, and thank you also. The comment that I want to make is that, this is a really good report, by the way, from both of you. But I think the public really needs to understand that there is a problem out there, and having these type of reports come to the Board of Supervisors, giving us the ability to see more. We see a little narrow window of what you guys do, and being able to look at this report the way that you've presented has been really helpful, and we can get the word out that we do have a problem here, but we do have a good process, and we do have staff that's really doing a good job. So thank you for that.
Yeah, in one of the public comments they made, and I didn't see much of that there, but the complainer was talking about shared custody. Is that an option? What does that mean?
Are you referring to the shared family care model?
No, is that what he was referring to? Well, he kept talking about shared custody.
Okay.
And
so I can answer to that.
Okay.
Shared family care was a concept that was discussed a decade ago. It was piloted in 2 counties in California. It was funded specifically for young infants. Abandoned infants was sort of the target population.
Abandoned infants?
Well, actually, I should say it was funded through the Abandoned Infants Assistance Program. And so it targeted families that had very young children, and it would prevent abandonment of infants, as well as a number of other things, basically supporting families. What I found, we've researched this in 2012. We've researched it again this year. It's no longer an active project. It's very expensive. It's somewhat intrusive, and there are other models that are more evidence-based that allow families to have that same sort of nurturing and care that's not that particular model. Things like transitional housing with strong case management that allows a family to have some privacy. The model that's been described is somewhat intrusive and is not utilized anywhere in the state of California at this time, and hasn't since 2004.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment? Well, thank you for the report, and we'll go ahead and recess until 1:30. I did ask for public comment. And nobody got up. Will you guys just leave me alone about the public comment?
130, number one is public hearing to consider Hoyt Special Ordinance amending Section 1706020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. On March 5th of 1991, a prior Board of Supervisors approved tentative subdivision map 90T-85 to create the Sunny Hill subdivision in the Kalamazoo Basin. That project consisted of 11 parcels in the new subdivision, and mitigation was imposed by the Board of Supervisors through open space zoning along a drainage on the site to protect that area from the impacts associated with the land division. A portion of that open space zoning crosses over Lot 2 of the Sunny Hill subdivision. Lot 2 is owned by Robert and Mary Hoyt. The property is Assessor's Parcel Number 44-550-02 and is located at 12960 Sunny Hill Court. On September 23rd of 2014, the Hoyts applied for a building permit to construct a swimming pool. The swimming pool is located close to, but not within, the open space zoning that crosses the northern portion of their property. While the swimming pool is under construction, the Hoyts decided that they would like to build a patio that extended around the pool and into the open space. Because the patio would encroach into the open space, the Hoyts decided that they would apply to rezone the property to switch or exchange an area of open space zoning for an area that wasn't zoned open space. So they submitted an application that's before you today to rezone 477 square feet from open space to single-family residential, and to rezone 479 square feet from R1 single-family residential to open space as an equivalent trade. The area that is proposed to be zoned open space actually has habitat that is more conducive for preservation. The existing open space area that's proposed to be rezoned to R1 is essentially grassland. What's proposed to be rezoned to open space includes buckbrush, interior live oak, and blackberries. So we think this is an equitable trade of the open space. While pursuing their project, the Hoyts had their property surveyed to establish the new boundary for the open space, and their surveyor determined that a corner of their house is actually within the open space. And so this rezoning will not only allow them to have their swimming pool, but will also correct the encroachment of the house into the open space. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission considered this item at a public hearing on March 18th. After hearing from Mr. Hoyt and hearing no opposition, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission has recommended approval of this rezoning by unanimous vote.
All right, this is a public hearing. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing, and anyone that would wish to speak in favor of this project, please come forward. Anyone would like to speak against? Anyone that would just like to speak? They could come forward. Okay, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. Close the public hearing.
I'm prepared to make a motion when you're ready.
Okay.
So I move that we approve a zone change of RZ 14-015 based upon findings A through D.
I will second.
First and second. Any more public comment? Seeing none, bring it back for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 3-0. Kind of lonesome up here without everybody. Number 2, please.
This is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to approve the issuance of tax-exempt revenue bonds by the California Statewide Communities Development Authority for the Tuolumne Apartments.
Ms. Shanahan.
Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator for the county. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, your board is being asked to conduct a TEFRA hearing, which is the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act. It's a public hearing for Tuolumne Apartments, which, as you recall, is an affordable housing project for families in Tuolumne. The county applied for and received home funds for the project. about $3.4 million in home funding. But this is only one source of financing needed for the project, and another source of their funding is bonds. And in order to issue bonds for the project, the locality where the project is located is required to hold a TEFRA hearing. CECITA, which is the California Statewide Communities Development Authority, is the bond issuer. They're a joint powers authority, and the county's a member of that. And the county doesn't have any liability for these bonds. CECITA is issuing the bonds, and repayment comes from Tuolumne Apartments. The bond funds are in an amount not to exceed $6.5 million and will be used for the acquisition and rehabilitation of Tuolumne Apartments. You might recall that your board conducted a similar hearing last year. It was the exact same thing, but at that time, the project didn't secure all of their financing. They were unsuccessful in obtaining tax credits for the project, and not having all of their financing in place, they waited on the bonds. And so now, this year, they have all of their financing in place and need now to conduct a second hearing, the TEFRA hearing. Staff is recommending that your board conduct the TEFRA public hearing and adopt the resolution in your packet so that the project can secure bond financing. I'm happy to answer any questions, and Kathleen Prescott from Michael's organization is here as well, if you have questions.
Okay, any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone that would like to speak in favor of this project, please come forward. Anyone that would like to speak against it, please come forward. Anyone that is neutral, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Rotifer.
Chairman Gray, I move that we adopt the resolution to approve the issuance of tax-exempt revenue bonds by the California Statewide Communities Development Authority for the Tuolumne Apartments on behalf of Tuolumne Road Partners, LP.
Second.
We have a first and second. Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 3-0. Thank you. And I don't believe we have any other business but reports.
Actually, item number 3 will be continued to a later date.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
1:30, number 3.
Yeah.
So
All right.
5th.
we just wanted to say a later date.
Okay.
Later date.
Okay.
We're going to continue it. We don't need a motion to continue it. All right. Thank
Go.
you.
Thank you.
Back to 20.
Back to 20 reports.
Oh, you want to do reports first?
Oh,
Item number 20.
Water. I'm sorry.
Okay, number 20 is consideration of adopting the Tuolumne County Water Action Plan.
I thought we did that. All right. Who's going to take this? Mr. Pedro.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I was thinking about how do you intro this today? Is maybe it's historic times require historic actions. And certainly this morning was a good look at why it's historic and continues the time that we're in. And give credit where credit's due. Supervisor Rotifer in particular has been pushing this issue. And we've been doing things a certain way, and it hasn't been working. And so let's try something different. Thus, at your March 17 meeting, there was an item on to provide direction on how the county can most effectively engage in water issues. A number of items that your board spoke into. I'm just going to tap on a couple of those. Is that prior discussions related to securing water rights and constructing specific water projects have lacked a clear vision or target as to the need that we were trying to address, and that was what your attorney at the time was really pushing, that you have to address that. What is the need that you're trying to address? And that's required to identifying those water needs is essential to supporting any future planning or securing funding for implementation of such plans. Did review this plan, and again, in fairness, sent it out by email that morning of the Water Advisory Committee, and then walked through it during the meeting on March 26th. There was some direction provided as to how to modify an earlier version of this water action plan, and what's included in your packet attempted to address that input. I'm going to go right to the preamble of the plan because I think it tries to get at, the core of, what the purpose of this plan is all about. I'm going to read the first paragraph. It says the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors recognizes that water is critical to the county's future and that it is essential to create consensus around a plan for the development of our water resources that will support a growing and thriving community. While no one agency has the absolute authority to create and implement such a plan itself, the board does feel a responsibility to present a process for doing so with the assistance and support of its community partners. And then it goes on and hits the three core issues here. Are parts of this process or this plan. The first part talks about the importance of the county's and city's general plans as providing the vision of future development of our community and the water needs that are related to that. Secondly, it talks about the important role and authority of water agencies in developing and maintaining the infrastructure required to meet that water need, and appropriately pointed out by the board, noting the important role that other governmental agencies such as the Forest Service and our tribes have in planning and development of water resources. And then lastly, just calls for the compilation of each of these jurisdictions' water projects lists aimed at meeting those future needs, calling it a comprehensive water resources plan, which would cover all of Tuolumne County, which would be regularly reviewed and updated as needed. And then lastly, again, something that the board wanted made clear, it reads that in compiling this comprehensive water resources plan, the board hopes to create a document that all stakeholders can support and that will complement and provide help and prove helpful to other ongoing efforts to plan, fund, and implement projects such as those of the local interregional water management, IRWIM, Joint Powers Authority. As you get into the different steps, again, it's just talking about the importance of the general plan. I'll just stop there and mention the importance. There's a timeline that we're under, and I know the board wants to get it right rather than get it fast, and I'll just make that statement up front. But yet we're on a timeline to get that plan done. Something that came up in the discussions at the Water Committee I thought was really good, and I'm really glad Bev chimed in, because what we're trying to do is kind of merge our land use planning and the planning of our water infrastructure. And that really was part of what we were trying to achieve with the blueprint plan that your board went through, is trying to figure out where that infrastructure is, water, sewer, roads, and those kinds of things, where development might be in the county. And that was an integral part of the concept of the blueprint plan, and that's been made an integral part of the general plan update that your board's going to be considering. So just to mention that. Under the water element, what this does is it does point to another review of the water element by your Water Policy Advisory Committee. And just mention that by doing that, we're not going to change the composition of the Water Committee, but we will reach out to additional stakeholders to encourage them to come, provide them the materials, encourage them to come to that the Water Policy Advisory Committee meetings when the water element is being reviewed to get their input. I added a section in here based on that input at the Water Advisory Committee meeting in the first paragraph under this item B, water element, on page 7 of the plan. The purpose of the water element is to establish broad policies versus projects to facilitate development and wise management and use of water resources within the county. But then I added, this element should also clarify the board's desire that our planning address all water needs throughout the community, and then gave examples of human consumption, sanitation, fire suppression, residential use, business use, specifically, I'll let her cough, but specifically called out agricultural industry, recreation, and sustaining our natural environment, just to pick up on some of the stuff the discussion that was going on. And the EIR talked about the importance of defining our water system and its supply capacity, and then comparing that supply capacity to two conditions. One is our current existing development compared against that existing water supply. And the second condition would be, the future need or that land use vision contained in the draft general plan against our existing water supply. And then we broadly discussed how the EIR would need to assess these needs relative to our water supplies, and have a discussion of what kind of measures might be needed to mitigate those any identified impacts. Talked about the water resources plan really being a compilation of the different plans and projects that different entities would have. I did beef up the second sentence under the first paragraph under the comprehensive water plan, but this will require collaboration, cooperation amongst the City of Sonora, County of Tuolumne, all local water agencies, the United States Forest Service, and local tribes. Again, trying to hit those areas of emphasis that the board had made. And again, I don't want to skip any parts because this will be the first time the full board's looked at this. Step 4, which talks about the Water Policy Advisory Committee. So if we've gone through this process, updating the general plan, focusing on the water element, we've done the environmental impact report. We've then compiled a comprehensive water resources plan about this time next year. Step 4 talks about what does your Water Policy Advisory Committee then work on, what's their work plan, and this is suggesting it's going to focus that work plan to those things that are sole or shared responsibilities of the county when it comes to the projects that are necessary to meet our water needs in the county, but still be there to support and comment as requested on the work that's being done by other agencies. And again, the last sentence there, really important. The county will attempt to complement versus duplicate efforts of the city, local water agencies, Forest Service, and its tribal partners. Then lastly, it just acknowledges that there's always going to be ongoing concurrent things that we'll continue doing, such as our emergency response actions related to the drought, things like our FERC relicensing comments that we've made in different projects. We've talked about fish flows, that we'll continue to look at those kinds of things, fish flows versus public health and safety, rec and business use, supporting healthy forest practices. We just say that national disaster resiliency, and we'll definitely be talking a lot about that, the positive impacts that healthy forest management have on increased surface water supplies out of the forest. Your board will still be speaking into that. Support of local water agency project funding applications, be it IRWIM, Prop 1, whatever it may be. Still commenting on water plans in the state, the Delta Plan, State Water Plan, Waters of the U.S., and continuing to exercise our abilities to investigate new water sources, water rights, water right opportunities, etc. So this is, it's not, a plan in the traditional sense. It's a process to come together on a plan that respects the importance of the general plan, respects the authorities and responsibilities of all of our water agencies and partner governmental agencies, and puts it into one document that hopefully we can all get behind, support the funding and actually getting it done. So that is the proposed plan. Available for any questions.
Okay. Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah. Something like this, 10 bazillion thoughts come to mind. One thing that I think is important for us as we go through the emergent situation that we're in is it's really easy to get a little myopic in dealing with the details of trying to get through the current year. But I really think that if we're learning anything as we are now in year 4 of this, is there's still the possibility that there will be year 5 and year 6. And I think that we need to start, every crisis is also an opportunity, but only if you're looking at it that way. So I think it's one of the functions that we have as a county government, since we're not a water purveyor or a water provider, is to try and look for the opportunities that are out there to improve our situation so that if there is a next time, and there probably, if Mother Nature is anything she's predictable in the macro, if not the micro time sense. But so that the next time we come on one of these situations, that we're a little bit better prepared, a little bit more resilient, and look for those opportunities that we can kind of hopefully cooperate with our purveyor partners to take advantage of. And I think one of the things that we found going through the emergency is that that cooperation has really borne some good fruit in near-term relief for our citizens. But I think we can also use that to kind of make sure we've got our periscope up out of the water, if you will, such that it exists, and be looking around for some opportunities to improve our water situation. The other thing that I'm painfully aware of all the time, because it impacts me directly as well as I know it impacts the staff, is that we do have limited resources. And I think it's important for the public to understand that we do have limited resources, and that what we're doing in water 2 years ago we weren't doing. So I applaud the staff for the very hard work that they're doing, and in many cases out of hide. And I'm constantly concerned about what that means to the other things that that we should be also trying to do. But I think it's important work, and I just think that it's really, really important. We've got. I just heard this morning that there's another $1 billion of federal money that's coming out in terms of drought relief to the state of California. We have $1 billion in bond money. We need to find ways to make our situation known to the people that have control over those purse strings, so that we can get as much of our taxpayers' dollars back into the county. We talk about state and federal funds all the time, but it's really our money, because we wrote those checks to the IRS and to the franchise board. So we need to make sure we get our fair share of the money back and get our projects done. So this is important work, and we need to start thinking long term, and not just near term. So I applaud this. CAO Pedro has worked really hard on it. I know he has, and I thank him for that.
Okay, any other board comments? I just, would agree we have to have this plan the way it's written. I think we could succeed in answering the two questions that always come to mind with me, and it ends up being how much water do we need and where will it come from? And that's kind of where this should take us, and hopefully our general plan will take us that way. Any public comment? I can see you're just itching to get up here and talk, all of you out there.
Can I mention one
great.
thing?
Sure.
Now, in response to something that Carl just mentioned on the drought preparation, in order to get at some hazard mitigation funds, and we've been really pursuing every avenue that we possibly can, and this is federal money, that we may have to add an element, and it's a good thing because we never experienced this before to this degree, but add a drought hazard element to our hazard mitigation element. That's part of our suite of emergency services plans. And specifically, when Pete Campa was talking about Lake Don Pedro this morning, we were trying to tap into a couple $1 million for him, but he was explaining how he didn't have the match, right now. But if we were to pursue that, we would have actually had to do a drought hazard element to that broader document. But thinking about it, given where we're at, it's probably the right thing to do anyway for a preparedness, just to to respond, and then also to receive funding.
We might also want to take a good hard look. Not that it's not good enough already. I don't know if it is or not, but we might want to also take a good hard look at the flood portion of that as well. Because if the forecasts are right, and I'm not a weatherman, and I'm not even, I'd like to be, because I could be wrong 90% of the time and have job security. But meteorologic or the weather patterns are forecast to also include large-scale deluge events coming as well. So we might want to make sure that that element's also robust.
Any other board comment? Okay. I guess what we will need is a
I'll move
motion to accept.
Yeah, I'll move to accept this with the understanding that, like with all planning documents, it's a living, breathing organism.
Second.
First and second. Any public comment on the motion? Bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Passes 4-0. And now reports.
Reports.
All right, Supervisor Rutherford.
Okay, I'll run through this real quickly. On March 20th, I attended the first TUD's Community Water Councils. That is their outreach program to try and determine what the community wants for the future in water. I applaud that effort. It's a very important effort. Obviously, one of our, we are represented on that by staff. I think it's incumbent on every citizen that really cares about the future of water in this county to participate in that to the extent that they feel necessary. Anyway, the details on that can be found on the TUD website. On the 28th, I did participate in a panel discussion over in Lake Tulloch with Assemblyman Frank Bigelow and Congressman Tom McClintock on the panel. And as well, the fish bio people, which are the fish biologist advisors to the two irrigation districts. They did a wonderful presentation. I talked about that earlier today. I encourage people to get educated on that. On the 29th, I met with Senator Barry Hill and Bob Brucker from Congressman Denham's office. We talked about storage opportunities in Tuolumne County, or possibilities in Tuolumne County. On the 2nd, I participated in a CSAC Corrections Issues Forum conference call. This is a re-energization of that forum. It had gone dormant for a while. It's back on. It was very informative. There's a lot of discussion on the court actions and everything that are still creating havoc a little bit in our prison system. On the 3rd, I participated in the ATCA Joint IA Finance Committee meeting. Mostly this had to do with employee pay and benefits, which is always near and dear to the costs of any organization. And I also attended, thank you, Chairman Gray, the spring Upper Tuolumne River stakeholder meeting at Moccasin, and you missed a great lunch, as usual. Okay, that it is always a good lunch. But it was also a good meeting. It turns out that the city and county of San Francisco are slightly better off, but not much, than everybody else in the state in terms of water supplies for carryover if the drought continues. They talked a lot about the rimfire and some of the recovery efforts that they're participating in as well. And then on Easter Sunday, I went to the Vets Breakfast, as I'm wont to do, but I also went to a great celebration in Columbia, the historic park. A lot of kids stepping on hidden Easter eggs and having a good time. Very wonderful parade and everything. And then yesterday, I attended the Government Affairs Council for the Chamber, where I covered today's agenda items with them and participated in numerous discussions, water, again, being one of the big ones. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Brennan.
I just want to give a quick shout out to the Head Start program. They were mentioned in, they were mentioned in a state report for First Five, and if I could just read a very short paragraph. This is Child Signature Programs, an example of excellence. In March 2014, 2 preschool and toddler classrooms were involved in a Head Start federal review. Results from the review revealed 100% of the 9 preschool classrooms assessed improved significantly. Support domain from an average score of 2 to 4.5. The overall class scores were the highest for a Head Start federal review in the Head Start region, which includes Arizona, California, Nevada, Hawaii, and the outer Pacific Islands. And they were top 10% of the nation. Good work.
Good work. Supervisor Royce, County Council.
Over the last several weeks, Carlin has actually spent a significant amount of time assisting with the juvenile detention facility bid process. We'll be coming before your board, I believe, next board meeting. And she's also met with the Air Resources Board staff regarding asbestos reporting requirements. Chris participated in a trial advocacy webinar, attended meetings involving tax issues, and prepared a resolution involving the Bromley Stone, and that will hopefully come to your board in the near future. Cody continues to work on dependency matters. I prepared for that presentation with Miss Ashton last week, and Chris and I continue to work on the well assistance program. I've also participated in a conference call related to court security issues, so that's something I plan to speak with the sheriff, undersheriff, and Mr. Pedro about. And then, of course, I continue to work on human resources matters.
Okay. Clerk?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Mr. Pedro?
Oh, we've got some catching up to do.
Okay.
Let me just start with Courthouse Park. I just wrote them down. But Courthouse Park, we are, of course, all the tree work had been completed. They're out there trying to finish a new irrigation system throughout the park, getting it ready for what was to be planting of some lawn. But given everything that's going on with the drought and the level of it, it started with the, no, we're not going to fill and spill up at Pinecrest, to the governor's declaration. There are no plans to put grass of any type, seed or sod, into that park right now. We're not doing any of the plantings, including even the one replacement tree. We'll wait until next fall and reevaluate all that stuff if it's the right time, unless the board wants me to proceed with that. I know I've gotten a lot of questions about it. Are we going to proceed with that given what's happening? And I don't think that would be prudent and would require an amount of water that would just not be in keeping with directives from the governor. So just so folks know that. We, too, have been very busy with that juvenile bidding process. The jail project continues. The work on programming, the work on trying to get the additional AB 900 funding. I won't belabor that, but there's been a lot of work going on that in a lot of different ways, taking up valuable time, but it's important time because we're looking for millions of dollars of additional funding for that project and hope to bring that back to your board here soon to have a discussion about that funding level so that we can proceed unified on that project. Budget development work is in full flurry. Our calendars are out. We've completed some of the preparatory work to that internal service fund projections and what turn into charges for departments. Training has also been scheduled. I'm just reminding the board and myself that part of our new plan of operation here is that we will use the board's finance committee to come back during what I call the dark months of April and May, and we'll have at least 2, if not more, meetings with that group to just update them on more of the details of what we're doing. The class and compensation study, that work is also proceeding. We've had updates to what we call the job description questionnaires completed on all of the different positions in the county. We've had multiple meetings with individual to large groups of employees that share classifications with consultants that are working on that component. And so I believe most of that field work on at least the classifications, the job descriptions used in the county, all that base work is done. Now they're trying to do the actual work of comparing what we have versus by way of written documents versus what is actually happening with people's jobs. When that's complete, that will be brought forward to the board. In the area of water, we've talked a lot about planning, the Water Action Plan, the issues, many of which were discussed today. The drought has been taking a lot of time, important time, necessary time. And I won't belabor that other than to say it's just taking a tremendous amount of time to stay up on that. We do have those drought forums that are coming up. Those are on the county website. Been getting that word out through the radio and also through the newspaper as to when those will be held in each of your districts. Encourage people to participate. I've been going to U.S. Forest Service reforestation meetings that are starting. There's a series of those. They just recently changed the dates and times of those, so I'm going to encourage people to go to those websites and find those new dates and times. The first meeting attended with Supervisor Gray was really poorly attended. It was really disappointed. A lot of Forest Service folks there, but very few members of the public. It was only like about, I think it was 17 members of the public, I think was the number. So this is your chance to, have your voices heard. If you're interested in these reforestation issues and that plan, please take advantage of those meetings. And again, they're on the Forest Service websites and believe on my mudload and have been in the paper.
Could I just add a little to that? We hear a lot of times that the Forest Service is trying to do things without the public's input. This is a great opportunity. They are really reaching out to try to find out what your opinion is on what those plans are. So, public, if you have an opportunity, please attend those meetings.
Right. And the people there gave great input, and it was fine, but there was a lot of segments, other stakeholders that weren't present. So there was a reminder, it was great input for those that were there, but there was large segments and other stakeholder groups that were not present. And to have someone come away saying these are the priorities of the community, so that would be a mistake because there's other people that weren't at these meetings, and that's part of what I'm trying to get across on that. The work on the NDRC, National Disaster Resiliency Competition, that continues, but the Phase 1 application did go in. It's about a 100-page document, and it really is just trying to demonstrate, what happened here is bad, and there's great opportunity to do something good for the future to recover from it and make the forest and our community more resilient. So that application is in. I don't have a time frame yet. There was discussion of having different subgroups that would start working on a Phase 2 application immediately following submission of the Phase 1 application. We won't know if we've been selected for Phase 2 until June, but everyone's really optimistic that we will, and they don't want the time to slip by. That's time we could be using to put detailed projects together for the Phase 2 application. So that's been taking quite a bit of time, but exciting opportunity there. I just wanted to mention, too, that on the fire insurance work plan, work is proceeding on that. The compilation of the citizen report forms continues. I would, again, put out the request if you're having problems obtaining or keeping affordable homeowners insurance because of fire concerns, please go to the county website, complete a citizen report form that we have there. That would provide good information that we need to approach the State Insurance Commissioner's Office and insurance companies to try and help you get affordable homeowners insurance. As I'm sitting here today, we have 31 responses that have come in, and that's good. It really has stepped up. People submitting stuff. Some of the themes that we're hearing about from insurance companies that have been reported by our citizens, a lot of references to concerns about brush and high-risk exposure, fire zone types of phrasing that's used. Chief White, Josh White, is convinced that there's a mapping problem, that the maps that are being used by insurance companies are not complete, they're misleading. And if you recall, that fire insurance work plan mapping was part of that project, as to make sure that we get good mapping to those insurance companies. The discussion about distance from nearest fire stations, difficulty with road access for emergency vehicles, ISO ratings, insurance companies that don't recognize volunteer stations, and just generic references to the rim fire are all things that people are reporting as some of the reasons why they can't get affordable insurance or keep it. There's a question.
Yeah, I brought this up at the Area 12 Agency on Commission on Aging last week, and they are hearing a lot of, again, anecdotal stories from the seniors that they are being hit with this, and I'm hoping that somebody can reach out, and maybe there could be a link on their website so that seniors know they can be reporting on this.
Okay. We'll make that happen. So just going through this, the citizen report forms, that's happening. People have been getting those things in. That's happening. I know Chief White has compiled the fuel mapping information that was part of the plan. We've gotten local ISO rating information from all but one district, and we're trying to get that in. And then all that is intended to be given to representatives from the State Insurance Commissioner's office, and Chief White and I do have a meeting. I believe it's within the next 2 weeks we have that meeting, and we're going to give them all that information that we have to this point. And I believe that representatives from ISO will be present at that meeting. So we're going to try to make tracks, and that's good. Work continues on our appeal of the ISO, the county fire department's ISO rating. Public education outreach should start in earnest this month. And we did get some of these, there are some fire grants that we're starting to receive. That can be some fire protection enhancing projects that will help with people's ratings, and you should start to see some items before your board regarding those. I know that's just a hot issue out there, so I wanted to give an update on that. And then having said all of that, and it's kind of consistent with also what Supervisor Rodeford mentioned, that a lot of this work is getting done, beyond everything else that we've got going on. Something that's really bothering me, though, is I don't have back to you this year's the 5-year plan and the 2015 goals, so we can actually adopt those. But I do know that you told me to go ahead and proceed based upon the Big Rocks version of that. But here are the categories: juvenile detention, the jail, water, forest issues, labor relations, succession management. We didn't talk about airports. There's been work going on there. Economic development, the fire system sustainability, road infrastructure like secure rural schools. These ought to be real familiar themes, general plan. So the best way I just summarize it, I don't have that back to you yet. Staff is actively doing what you want us to work on, and as soon as we can get that back, we'll have that plan that 5-year plan that you can adopt with your board goals. So I apologize for that, but we've been prioritizing actually getting the work done, given what's going on.
Just keep working. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, and I have no report, so the clerk, would you please read the closed session items?
Closed session conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, Authority Government Code Section 549568. Negotiators Craig Petero, Daniel Richardson, and Gary Wilson related to the several parcels located in the Jamestown mine with APN 58-200, 27 through 30, 30 through 35, and 560-01 through 03, and 59-08-0242.
Any public comment on the closed session items? I don't believe we'll have anything to report out. All right. So we'll recess or go into closed session.